call this meeting of the Board of Finance back into session at 5:39 p.m. and good to see everybody. This is a continuation of the Monday meeting, and I wanted to recognize Councilor Paul as first for business here for to update the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have on our agenda item 1.01, which is an expected motion. I wanted to make that motion to amend the agenda to include discussions of the following budgets: the capital budget, water, wastewater, stormwater, parking and traffic, and the CEDO non-general fund budget. These were the items that were to be on our agenda for this evening, would want those included with the items we already have on our agenda, which include the climate emergency, airport budgets, and airport budget, Burlington Electric, and the Church Street Marketplace. Thank you.
All right, is there a second for that motion? Second by Councilor Pine. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, we have a new updated agenda, and we have a lot we're trying to get done on this agenda. So the first item is one point that I've made a number of times in these budget discussions is that although FY21 is going to be a year that I think we have to have no choice for budgetary reasons, at least for now, and unless we get a federal support, we are going to have to defer some priorities. They're just we will be focused on the pandemic, and we will be short of resources to do new initiatives in many areas, but we also have a climate emergency, and it's certainly my goal, and I think a large number of the councilors, maybe every councilor, shares the desire to make progress on that climate emergency as well. We were asked to speak to what are the ways in which this budget does fund and prioritize climate progress. And Jordan's going to share a screen here that is that kind of summarizes the major areas where we will continue to have funding for and progress with the climate. So to try to go through them quickly, there is a we will have approximately $375,000 in the green revolving loan fund available for climate related work to city hall improvements, including insulating the attic to improve efficiency, and we are going to try to establish whether geothermal heating and cooling of the city hall may be possible. If we're able to get all that work done, that would represent as much one of the largest years we've had, I think, in green investments in a city property. We are modeling as part of the broader city hall renovation what it would take to make even more significant improvements to city hall. The $2.1 million in equipment purchases is in there, and we've made the commitment to this council and to the public that to the greatest degree possible going forward, we're changing our procurement efforts so that we're going to be procuring the greenest vehicles that we can afford and justify from a carbon analysis. And so, we don't have it. We have more work to do before bringing you the fleet purchases for the coming year. But are going to put as much of that investment as possible into, and that remains that's a comparable to what we would normally spend in vehicle purchases in a year, and we want as much of that to be towards green vehicles as can. There is this paperless invoicing effort that is going to make our operations greener, more efficient. We plan to continue to move forward with so those are city facility improvements. In terms of, we know that another major area where the city can have an impact is on investments in transportation infrastructure that improves walking and biking possibilities and replaces car trips with non-vehicle trips, walking and biking. And you can see there is significant funding for walk bike infrastructure planned over the course of the year. We, as has been discussed before and was just recently got regulatory approval, we have more than $800,000 in green stimulus funds available at Burlington Electric Department. We've restructured how those funds can be distributed and secured regulatory approval so that they, as we are coming out of this recession, hopefully we can bend the needle. And as people are coming out of this stay home posture and they're making investments in vehicles and their properties again, having this green stimulus there in these more generous incentives than we've been able to offer in the past. Hopefully that combination of this sort of pent up demand and this green stimulus can have a real impact on our progress towards our net zero goals. There are other BED incentives. And then we are putting the funds in the budget to continue to move forward with important policy priorities that have to relate to net zero. The work from the two housing summits that we did over the course of 2019 is not complete. These are, I think, as I've heard me say many times in the past, I think these pro-housing policies are also very much pro-environment policies. Weatherization, the weatherization effort to require weatherization of all existing rental apartments, the elimination of parking minimums. These are critical policy priorities that there's a plan to get them done in the coming year, even while we're grappling with everything else. BED is, this was impacted, all of this was impacted for some months by COVID, but BED is now moving forward with the stakeholder engagement necessary for a new ordinance to eliminate fossil fuel infrastructure in new buildings and perhaps to have some impact on existing buildings. That stakeholder engagement is now underway and will be complete over the coming months, and we will be in position, as per the recent council resolution, to advance that ordinance this year as well. And then, as you've seen before, we have this very impressive energy modeling capacity at BED now that meets with the capital teams, the DPW teams biweekly to try to move our buildings towards our net zero goals. And that energy modeling team continues to be funded and will continue to do good work over the course of the year. So that, as a sprint through the net zero work, the climate work plan for the year ahead. I'll pause there. I'm happy to try to answer some questions if people have quick ones, and if you can't fully answer them tonight, I think probably we'll have to have the ethic tonight of, we may not be able to answer all questions, but we can at least flag them for follow-up between now and Monday and beyond if necessary. Councilor Pine.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, could you just remind us how the Green Revolving Loan Fund is capitalized?
Yes, we capitalized it 2 or 3 years ago with unassigned fund balance, and we've been spending it down, and to a modest degree that the plan is, and I don't know I think that the returns on this have been modest so far, but the idea with this green revolving loan fund that many organizations have succeeded with is this becomes self-funding over time, and that the savings we continue to there's a mechanism so that the savings flow back into the fund. So
that was my question: is that to ensure that it's actually revolving? Do we have any track record to say that it's truly revolving, or is that just a goal?
Can you speak to that? I see Martha's turned on her camera, and I know she's worked hard.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Yes, we have been putting all of the rebates that we have received from both BED and Vermont Gas into it. And then the general fund has been taking the savings on utilities from the projects and putting them at the end of the year after the audit balance is done, putting the utility savings into the green revolving loan fund. So although we did one large project of about $380,000, and we started with 500, and so we're back up to 375,000 at this point. So we have been gaining dollars back onto it.
Excellent. So if we have the capital, it's often obviously more advantageous to use it if you have it, but you know, this seems like a great opportunity for the tax exempt financing that often comes in with the energy service company. It was something I did when I was at BEIC with a number of customers in Vermont and outside of Vermont, municipal mostly. So it is a model that really is strong and works. And you know, the notion of essentially financing the improvements and using the savings to cover the payments. It sounds like we're kind of doing that. We're just self-financing, but it also brings in the expertise of an energy service company that helps you stretch every dollar, get the most cost-effective savings, and it's just something I just want to encourage if it's not already on your list.
We do look at the ROI on each one, and yes, it is something valuable to look at.
Thank you.
President Tracy.
Just thank you for this presentation, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad that we have it on the agenda. I'm curious about, I appreciate the inclusion of the zero emissions transportation stuff, and I'm very excited about the implementation that's going to take place in downtown for bike lanes. But one thing that I'm not noting, but that I think is an area of potential trouble that we could have in the budget, is around transit and GMT's budget, understanding that they've been pretty hard hit, and just wanting to understand your thinking of how this budget addresses some of the hardships that GMT is facing, so that we can maintain good transit service for us. So, oh, great, I see Chapin flipping his camera on. So maybe Chapin, as our rep, you can speak to that.
Sure, be happy to, President Tracy. So GMT has been working hard to continue transit service through this pandemic and implementing many strategies. We are very fortunate to have received a CARES Act grant for GMT, approximately $7 million. This grant will enable GMT to continue its service without service reductions for FY21, and enabled the authority to do this with a 0% increase on fixed route assessments for municipalities. So originally there was a 4% projected increase that Burlington taxpayers would have to pay. And thanks to the good work of many board members and GMT, we were able to reduce the burden on Burlington taxpayers while maintaining the service for FY21. Obviously, very fluid situation. We'll see as the year progresses, but at this point, there is no dire cliff in the near horizon.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you. Appreciate that. Now, in terms of the other pieces that we do also have, I know we have the stormwater and wastewater budget coming up later on, but it might make sense to also include that there. And I can ask this on that, but I would just request to maybe, if there are stormwater and wastewater impacts, because climate is certainly being felt pretty directly in this, and so it might make sense to include it there as well. Just because
in terms of the ways we're working on climate resiliency and
yeah, exactly, Mr. Mayor.
Great point. we are, we definitely are going to continue to do a lot of work. I mean, we are trying to be, as you'll hear later on, we are trying to be sensitive. We think this is a year where we need to be sensitive to ratepayers, and we are not proposing rate increases, as you'll hear when we get there. So that will have some impact on our budgets, but it's definitely a year where we're going to continue to make progress and continue to do work. So I think it's a good point. And
Okay, great. And then the last thing is just that, I'm really excited about a lot of the energy efficiency work that's happening at City Hall this year. I think that's going to make a meaningful difference in terms of energy usage there. And I'm just wondering is that the only building where we're going to be seeing some capital improvements in terms of energy efficiency, or are you contemplating other efficiency? I know there's some general stuff in terms of the assessments, but are we translating those assessments into additional work in other places around the city this year?
So at the moment, City Hall is the major improvement. We did bring 645 Pine and the new Letty facility very close to net zero in 2020. So where we can on any building, if we need to do work, we will make sure that we make any energy efficiency improvements, but City Hall is our major one this coming year.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, great. Councilor Jang, you next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question, maybe Max Tracy did ask it, a little bit. I was just wondering as to why these budget items were not embedded in the city department budgets. Why do we want to do it separately? That's my first question.
Well, I believe they are all in the city department budgets. This is to be responsive to the councilor question, like how, because I made the statement that we were going to keep making progress on net zero, and thought it was helpful would sort of add some color to consolidate it all in one place. But yeah, this is not like a separate budget to approve. This is an interpretive kind of pulling out of the 3,000 lines of detail. This is sort of assembling all in one place where our budget climate investments are.
Perfect. And I mean, since it's the case, then don't we think we're missing some items? Because I believe the city did make an effort to move away from some type of salts that we use to respond better to animals like dogs, and was wondering if that could be also considered as climate change. It's
interesting. Chapin, I think we are still doing that, right? I guess the claim I had been making was mostly around the climate emergency, and I hadn't seen that is, you're right, an environmentally sensitive policy. And so maybe there is more that is worth highlighting here.
Happy to provide a quick update. We did a pilot last year, as council requested, of using alternate materials from our rock salt that is predominantly used. We did not find that it worked well. It required us to revisit particular locations multiple times. During the storm, it did not de-ice thoroughly, and caused some maintenance challenges to ensure clean and safe surfaces. So we did try that demonstration. We have not found it to be successful yet. We're open to trying new techniques and materials that come our way. We wanted to give it a try. To date, we have not found a good replacement. That said, we often do mix our rock salt with liquid brine to improve the melting capabilities and have it stick in the road and on the sidewalks. Continue to have that conversation as we obviously look to minimize the use of salt that ultimately does wash into many of our watersheds.
Thank you. And also, I mean, I believe that the city has made a substantial amount of investment in around the car charging stations. And I don't know if it's included in here. And yes, let's leave it to that for now.
Yes, you're absolutely right. We've dramatically increased the number of car charging stations. I'm unclear. I don't know if what's planned for the year ahead there. This is awesome the way this technology works, that suddenly they're staring to update on that front. Maybe that should be collected.
Great. We will talk about this a little bit in our budget presentation as well, but we are continuing to invest in the electric vehicle charging stations. Currently, we have a new station going in at 585 Pine Street to serve customers there. And we just had a new couple of stations go in on the corner of St. Paul and Main that are serving for car share as well as for the general public. We have a number of other chargers that are going to be rolling out at multifamily buildings throughout the community this year to make sure we have opportunities for our renters, multifamily buildings to participate in the EV charging as well. So plenty of additional activity coming on that front.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And I think lastly, my question is as to what amount come from the state around the climate change budget that we just proposed? What amount of it comes from the state of Vermont, or grants, or et cetera?
So you're saying of this sort of whole list of improvements, how does it break down in terms of local funds versus other funds?
Yes. I mean, it's not really important, really, but this is an initiative, and these are just questions that I wanted to ask.
Right. It's a real mix. I mean, just quickly going through it, the city hall improvements are being paid with local funds. The vehicle purchases, I think, are almost exclusively with local funds. So I think the city improvements is mostly that's our money. Transportation, it's really project by project. We'd have to kind of go through it one at a time. We definitely do on walk bike infrastructure, get some significant federal and state assistance there. I assume that's the case with some of these, although most of the sidewalks are locally funded. The green stimulus, our utility. Actually, Darren, remind us how the green stimulus is funded exactly. It's a good start.
Absolutely. So Burlington Electric serves as the efficiency utility for the city of Burlington, providing similar service to what Efficiency Vermont provides in the rest of the state. And the green stimulus is utilizing a portion of those dollars, which are our dollars, local dollars from our customers, to be dedicated to energy efficiency, uses a portion of those that were unallocated because they were carry forward, unspent from prior year, and puts those towards the green stimulus incentives that will be available in 2020. So it's local funding from our customers and from Burlington Electric with state regulatory approval.
Very good. All right, I'm gonna move us to the airport. Thank you, Darren, for your help there. So our plan with the various enterprise funds, we have the department heads, as you just saw, are with us. But Catherine is going to kind of take the lead and try to hit the high points, and then the departments are here to provide support and answer questions. So, Catherine, are you going to?
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I think there was a little bit of miscommunication, and you may have missed a message from me. We've asked department heads to take the lead, but to only present for 5 minutes. Is that okay with you?
All right, let's do it.
Great, thank you.
Welcome, Gene and Nick.
Hi, how are you? Nick's going to go ahead and give you the quick breakdown of where we're at. And if you have any questions, we have Marie on as well. Go ahead, Nick.
And I hope it's okay. I shared my screen, and we do apologize during the upload to board docs. The presentation was scrambled, but I recently emailed it to the Board of Finance members, including you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll go right into this. As we've talked about over the months, this year is most certainly going to be a high challenge for us, and that, as I like to call it, a very difficult puzzle. We have seen substantial decreases, and just to give you an idea, decreases in employments, just to give you an idea on that third bullet point, just over a month and a half worth of passengers, we've already seen about a 10% decrease in our total fiscal year departing passengers, which is about that $70,000 number. So as we continue to look at this fluid situation with both the industry, the local traveling industry, this is going to be a very important factor to the overall numbers that we are anticipating.
Nick,
yes.
My apologies. I don't mean to interrupt you. There is someone on this Zoom that is not muted, and something is reverberating back. So if I could just ask, if that's all right, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask if everyone could just make sure that they're muted, please.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Paul. I could hear that too. It looks like I did notice when someone muted there, it got better. So hopefully that fixes it.
Great. Thank you very much. Sorry, Nick.
Nope, thank you. With the recent approval of the RAN and the GAN increases, this has helped substantially our cash flow, and we'll continue to work with all of our partners, airlines, car rental companies, as they also are experiencing extreme hardships on their own budgets. Just a little bit of background. Of course, all of our budgetary numbers rely heavily on the passengers, whether we're talking about the beers and wines and spirits served at Skinny Pancake, or the news and gifts supported by Hudson News. Everything we do is supported by passengers. So with that decrease, most specifically, we are looking at decreases overall in our revenues in the parking garage. You can see a reduction of $3.2 million, usually between a $5 and $6 million overall revenue budget annually. Car rental concessions is also a significant revenue source. They typically handle about $25 million in gross sales, and this year is going to be extremely hard. This, for our budget, the airport budget alone, we're looking at a $2.2 million reduction in overall budgets. And then finally, between landing fees and what's called passenger facility charges, landing fees, as a reminder, we charge the airlines per 1,000 pounds of maximum landing weight that their aircraft can support. Less passengers means their schedules are being reduced dramatically, meaning they're not landing as many planes. So that also is a reduction. And of course, these are projected numbers overall. The really good news, and you can see it much better in here, on the total operating revenue budget, you can see a approximate 40% decrease in our total revenues. Last year was almost $20 million. This year's a $12 million revenue projection, minus or a reduction in about $7.4 million. The good news is this CARES Act that came through. That backfilled that revenue loss substantially. Overall, with all of our operating revenue projections, we have about a $1 million loss in, just over a $1 million loss in our total operating revenues. Moving right on to expenditures, while we project the revenues, we of course fill in the expenditures to quote unquote break even. Most importantly, with the CARES Act, we have a requirement by accepting that grant to retain all of our employees. An exception to that, of course, is vacancies when we receive the grant and as time progresses. We have looked at that very carefully. One, making sure that we can sustain our operation 365 days a year, 24/7. We'll continue to look at that carefully. However, we are not reducing our employment at the airport because of those CARES Act requirements. And overall, the expenditure budget, the entire team spent an enormous amount of time going dollar by dollar, line by line, and you saw the detail in the board docs document with our Excel spreadsheet of reducing and truly looking at what we can safely and securely reducing our expenditure budget. This page is really the raw numbers, and again, you can see because of the projected revenue and the backfilling of the CARES Act, we have a just over that $1 million expenditure reduction. So we are thankfully and very happily able to support a balanced budget this year, again, because of the CARES Act funding. This is just an overall outlook of our enplanement passengers. Last year, for fiscal year 2019, we approached 700,000 enplanements, one of our highest numbers since the recession of 2008, 2009. We are on track to beat those numbers later this year in 2021 and 2020 and 2021 calendar years. Our 2020 projected numbers is right now currently at just over 500,000 passengers. And again, we're not alone. The industry supports us. The industry, the airlines specifically, have been a tremendous partner as we put these pieces together, put this puzzle together, and they, of course, are also experiencing the same scenario, as well as the rest of the country as far as the industry is concerned. So that really is our quick 5-minute presentation, but we're looking forward to a great year. Jean, Marie, Shelby, the entire team has put in a tremendous amount of effort into getting us up to speed over the last few years from our deferred maintenance standpoint. So we do have that ability to cut back a little bit this year, take a breath, and look at these numbers as we proceed into a challenging year. But puzzles are always fun for us in the end. And we'd be happy to take any questions or move on, whatever you wish, Mr. Mayor.
Let's see if there are questions from councilors. President Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Nick, for that presentation. Very much appreciate it. I also just want to recognize the airport team for really coming together on relatively short notice to put together a grant on noise monitoring. This is something that I was hearing quite a bit about from the community, and I think those calls have only grown as a result of the F-35s. I continue to feel like the F-35 is in many ways an unfunded mandate. They have basically put it in our community and not given us any of the resources needed to deal with the impacts that the noise is having on surrounding communities. I appreciate the noise monitoring grant. I think that's a positive first step, and I really hope we get that. But I'm just wondering, in addition to both that grant and the other grant that you have applied for, can you talk about some of the other steps or some of the other ways that we can really put pressure on the Guard, on the Fed, our government, to provide us with the resources that we need in order to address the noise impacts in our community and really assess those in a proper and accurate way, I guess.
Nick, I'll take that. President Tracy, thanks for the question. And as you know, we've been working really hard. We've been working with you. We have been getting great direction from the mayor as far as, the steps to take. And we have, as you know, on top of working with the FAA to be creative and look outside the box and kind of create our own grant that would work with our own budget and complement it. We even worked with them again today. We had 3 meetings with them to discuss this. And, but we've sent 2 letters, one again yesterday to the Guard. And yesterday's letter was much firmer than the first one I sent. I believe that we need to put the pressure on where it's coming from and not necessarily carry the burden that we have carried for years. So I'm going to continue, with the mayor's guidance and the city councils to push that. And I'm going to ask for all of your help and all of your support in doing that. It's a lot of stress on the team. It's a lot of stress on our community, and we're committed to continuing making those steps. I will send you a letter later today or early tomorrow of the one I just sent to the guard. But I think when you read it, you'll understand the direction and the passion that we have put into it. We've heard the community, we've heard yourself. The mayor has directed us to be tactful, but persistent.
Excellent. Thank you, Director Richards. Very much appreciate that. I'll look forward to that letter, and I'll likely put that on the consent agenda so that it's available to members of the public for this one, if that's all right with you.
It's up to the mayor, but of course.
Okay. All right. I'd appreciate that. I think it'd be, and please, if there are things that counselors can do, let it, to join you in that effort, please let me know, because it is really something I'm hearing from a lot of folks.
Well, I will need your help, every one of you.
Councilor Jang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and also Jean Richard, Mr. Nico, and Maury, I believe. Thank you for jumping in 30 minutes ago in a call, and it was a little bit complex, but I just want to tell you thank you for helping me understand the details about the budget. But now this question that I have for you is, yes, we received the grant from the federal government. It is wonderful, but also you guys have done an incredible job, including with the mayor, to bring up a new initiative in Burlington, like those electric airplanes, that we'll be testing. And was just wondering if we can share how much of a revenue if that will bring to the airport. I think it would be great for also it's climate change, and also for the viewers to understand that you're not only you innovating basically, and that innovation is also going to bring some money.
Thank you for that question, and I'll let Nick work on that with me. We'll go back and forth if you don't mind, but the most recent revenue, I would say, is that they took a building that needed $1 million of upkeep and was either basically going to be taken down or we were going to do something to it. They have put already $2.5 million into that building and plan on putting much more. So as far as our inventory, they fixed it up on something we couldn't afford. And Nick, is it 2 years from now we'll start getting rents?
Correct. In approximately 2.5 years from now, we are expected to get rent. There was a rent credit associated with their lease because of those improvements that Jean was talking about. And their annual rent is about over $150,000 a year.
But the key thing that it's bringing to the state, not necessarily to Burlington, but right now we're up to 70 jobs, and they'll be at 150 a year from now. And that's a pretty big deal. They're high-tech, good jobs, and it's a green initiative. And, it's something that, we and the administration has been working really hard to bring to fruition. They've had many other offers of other communities that they could go in and other states, and we were able to keep them here. It's a real big deal to have those types of jobs here in Vermont, where it's quite expensive to live.
Thank you.
Councilor Pine, and then Councilor Paul.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Jean, if you could, both for the Board of Finance and for the members of the public, explain that, with an enterprise fund or an enterprise department, the notion is that the revenue and expenses are handled by that department. It's an internal operation. And in some cases, it's a little bit of a hybrid. So, CEDO gets a little bit of money from the general fund and most of its other dollars from other sources. But is the airport essentially a truly standalone operation from a financial standpoint? Could you just speak to that question of, is there any money flowing either from the city into the airport or the other direction?
No, it's 100% standalone at this point. And that's, the pure definition of the enterprise zone. What we get, Councilor Pine, is the management, we get from the mayor's office and from the CAO's office, from the city attorney's office, is amazing. And that is what I think has the greatest value. We do pay a fee, but it's a really, I would say, the best deal in town. And so it's the management that makes the airport what it is. And I'm a tiny piece of that, but I am guided, by the mayor, by the city attorney, the CAO's office. We have great partnerships, and I believe that's what gives us our strength. But no, we do not use any taxpayers' money, nor do we give any back. What we do is we give about $33 million a year to the state of Vermont from transactions that happen at the airport. Does that help?
That does help. And no, that's actually really helpful. And the credit rating agencies, they look at the airport as a separate rating, correct? Is that rated separately?
Yes. But we do, when the city, like BT, challenge the airport, even though we're separate, we are part of, because the health of the city is they back our notes. So the backing of what is happening, our financial strength, is connected to the city and the city's health. So all the credit upgrades that we received over the last few years substantially complemented and helped the airport get its grade up because of the strength of the city. Getting the BT deal cleaned up and the other financial work that the city did, it was tremendously helpful for the airport to help with its rating.
Thank you, Gene. And
Thank you. Yep.
I'm going to go to Councilor Paul in a sec. I do, I know this is very challenging to do this all in one night. If we're going to have a chance of getting it done, I am going to try to keep us moving. So hope, go to Councilor Paul, and then if there are questions after that, maybe they could be submitted in writing unless there's something burning. Go ahead, Councilor Paul.
Okay, thank you. I only have one question. On the budget that we received from you, the line item budget, on line 105 is airport security. And it's a pretty substantial amount of money. It's 1.2 million. The amount this year is a very, very slight increase from last year. So I'm wondering, and I don't have all of the general fund budgets right in front of me, but that line item of 1.2 million, does that go directly to the Burlington Police Department? And if so, is that required by law?
It's not required by law. It's a relationship that we've had. We did talk early on in this administration about potentially putting it out to bid. And we talked, it just didn't make a lot of sense. It's a pretty good deal for the airport, for the quality of police officers that we get versus what's in our community. There were not a lot of people that would be that well trained and be able to take on the challenges that are at the airport 24 hours a day, and also meet the TSA's needs and requirements.
So, Gene, actually what I meant was, are we required to have uniformed police officers 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and who requires that?
You're not required 24 hours a day, but you are required when we're in an operation. So when we have customers that are coming in and going through TSA, TSA requires it. So when the airport's open, we are required to have 2 officers, 1 at each checkpoint.
Okay, and I assume that this line item only covers having the officers that TSA requires. In other words, between, say, 1 o'clock in the morning and 4 o'clock in the morning, they are not there, or when there's not passenger service.
They actually are there 24 hours a day. We have one officer always at the airport. We
Okay,
have
we're required
two.
to have that.
We're
But
not required, but it's wise to have an officer there.
Okay. All right. That was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jean. Thank you, Nick. I'm gonna move us on if there's no objection to the presentation from the Burlington Electric Department. Welcome back, Darren. And we have Emily Stebbins-Wheelock join us as well. And floor is over to you.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I'm gonna share my screen here as well, just to run through these slides that we have. Just get that going. Great to be with everybody this evening to present our proposed FY21 budget. As you can see here, we are proposing to go a 12th consecutive year without raising rates, which is, just for comparison, Vermont rates have increased about 21% since 2009, which was the last year BED had a rate increase. You know, this year in particular is challenging because of COVID-19. We're seeing the impacts in our FY20 budget now in terms of sales to customers being down, in terms of capital projects where we might have a customer contribution being slowed, in terms of expenses being related to COVID, such as PPE and other items being up. The base budget for FY21 is a no COVID impact budget. We've run a number of sensitivity analyses so we can see what COVID-19 impacts would be throughout FY21. So I just wanted to clarify that up front. The version you're seeing here is the base budget. We do have alternatives that we've evaluated. We are seeing, even prior to the impact from COVID, we've seen continued declining sales to customers, which is something we've touted as a success with our energy efficiency program. But we're looking through, new technologies like EVs and heat pumps to see that change actually as a result of our net zero energy efforts. The declining sales to customers in FY21 are offset in part by increased revenues from the sale of renewable energy certificates. We also have, as you'll see in the budget, several new net zero programs that'll be launched, and we are consistent with the city policy, not implementing COLAs on July 1 for our non-union employees who make 100,000 or more. In terms of comparison to the FY20 enacted budget, we are seeing higher operating revenues in terms of the renewable energy certificate sales. We are seeing lower operating expenses with some savings in the power supply budget. If everything goes as we are predicting in the base budget and there aren't continued impacts from COVID-19, we would have a projected net income of 1.9 million, which would be a healthy net income for BED. I'll talk about the capital investments as we go on. This is just a representation here of our lower sales to customers. You can see continued declines just year over year. This will likely reverse at some point as some additions come back on and as we ramp up the net zero energy programs, but it is a revenue challenge in the short term. Something we're very proud of, and I know the mayor is proud of, and the council, we've held controllable expenses down significantly since the strategic reorganization efforts in FY16, with continued discipline since then. As you can see here, and we talk about controllable expenses, that includes things like labor and outside service contracts and supplies and a variety of other items. Here in FY21, we have a lower projected number than we had in actuals for FY18 or 19, and actually relatively level compared to FY16 and 17. So we continue to really do as much as we possibly can to hold expenses down, continue our positive trajectory when it comes to not having rate increases. In the capital program, we have a continuation of a strong capital program in FY21. The numbers you can see here, which do not include in the graph, our Velco investments, which we also continue to make, include investments in our our generation facilities like McNeil and Winooski 1, investments in our distribution system. We continue to have a very reliable system. The average for a customer in a given year is to see only one outage and to have that outage resolved in less than an hour, which is just incredible metric compared to other utilities. And this also includes investments in our IT Forward effort, which is to upgrade over a period of years a variety of aging technology systems that we rely on for our billing and our finance and our customer care services, among others. Here you can see our Moody's rating factors. Similar to the discussion with the airport, BED is separately rated by Moody's. We have been very strong. Our one challenging metric is this adjusted debt service coverage ratio metric. That has fallen below where we want it to be over the last few years. We are seeing some material progress in FY21 in moving that back in the direction that we'd like. Our debt service coverage ratio and our days cash on hand continue to exceed our A rating benchmarks for FY21 and for the 3-year average, as you see here. And then finally, we do continue to prioritize and invest in our net zero energy efforts. As the mayor had outlined earlier, we are going to continue with being 100% renewable on the electricity side. We are continuing our efficiency programs. We actually will have an increase to cover what we hope is additional uptake and incentives for our EVs and heat pumps and e-bikes and e-mowers and other programs that are available now and have continued to be available. The green stimulus will boost the number of those programs and offer new initiatives from now and through December 2020 to support economic recovery, support our customers during this challenging time. We do have funding in this budget to support our work on district energy, which is now in phase 2, and we'll be continuing that effort. We do have, as was mentioned, additional EV charging station funding. We will be replacing a fleet vehicle with a new EV to replace a fossil fuel fleet vehicle at BED. We have new incentives for electric cooking and electric lawn equipment, possibly electric snow blowers as well. We're working on that. And as I mentioned earlier, we continue to have strong metrics when it comes to reliability. In addition to that, we've continued to see progress in terms of our customer care and our safety metrics being on or better than target compared to what our regulatory targets are. So I went through that fairly quickly. My colleague Emily, who is here with me, did a great job in helping us put together this budget, and we're happy to answer questions if you have any.
Councilor Jang. Councilor Jang, here you go.
Thank you. Yes, trying to unmute. So thank you, Darren, for being here. And I also wanted to ask the question about the lower sell to customers. Can you explain what that really means?
Absolutely. For us, it does mean lower revenues because we do derive a significant portion of our operating revenues from sales to customers. I think over the past several years, really dating back to 2005, kind of was the high point, I think, for sales to customers. We've seen increasing energy efficiency, which is a good thing, something we've invested in and encouraged, which has helped reduce sales to customers, but is on balance saving our customers money. So that's a good thing. But what we really want to see is we want to see customer sales increase for good reasons, not just for revenues. We want to see an increase in sales because we're using our 100% renewable electricity to increasingly power our transportation needs and increasingly help meet some of our thermal needs as well. So my hope is that in the long run that figure will change because we're achieving net zero energy goals.
I mean, I think the question was specific to COVID-19 because it seems during COVID you experienced some lower sell customers. And I was thinking that it could have been the reverse, more because more people staying home and all of that.
Yes, you're correct that on the residential side, we are seeing an increase, relatively modest increase, but a noticeable increase in sales to customers. But it is a far lower, impact than what we're seeing on the commercial side, which is a significant reduction in sales on the commercial side. Particularly in April, we're seeing it start to moderate now, but it's continued through May. as so many businesses and organizations and institutions were closed and are now beginning to reopen. So the commercial sales were down more significantly than the residential sales were up.
Okay, so two more questions, and I try to be very quick. One of them is due to low sell to customers, and is it why that you have not established as of yet a single home solar panel program?
So we actually have had a solar program for residential customers. It's our net metering program where we provide an incentive to customers. We basically pay an above retail rate incentive for the first 10 years if a customer signs up for net metering. And we've had a program as well called the Solar Shopper Program, where we worked with 6 different installers to help customers shop for a comparison shop, essentially, for solar. We're in the process of revamping that program, the Solar Shopper Program, to maybe include even more installers and make it a little more streamlined. So you would have seen that on our website if you'd gone on a few months ago. It's not on there now because we're revamping it, and we'll be putting it back up in the near term. We actually had a meeting on it today.
Wonderful. And last question, I think it will continue to be ongoing, and that I really deeply care about, and I ask it so many times, and it is specific to burying utilities underground. And we have some opportunities. The Champlain Parkway is coming up, but I haven't seen any amount dedicated for that specific.
Yeah, we've definitely heard, that concern from you previously. We do look to bury lines when we have the opportunity, including for projects like the Champlain Parkway. So embedded in some of our capital budget, when we have projects, when we have opportunities, is the ability to bury lines. I think we've seen that with the Great Streets project. We had undergrounding of utilities as part of that project. So I see Chapin maybe is on, maybe wants to jump in, I don't know. But we do look for those opportunities to underground lines, in partnership with DPW on these projects.
Yeah, maybe I asked the question wrongly, but what I'm asking is if there are any amount dedicated for that specific project of Champlain Parkway to bury some utilities underground on Pine Street. That's my question.
Darren, I could hop in.
Sure.
We have worked very closely with BED, and there are several places where the project will be undergrounding utilities at the Maple and King Street intersections, along Lakeside, and then at new intersections in the south end. And we have coordinated with BED, and there are coordinated capital plans between our 2 departments that will ensure that this work gets accomplished.
Thank you.
All right, we got Councilor Pine and then Councilor Paul. Sorry, I had Councilor Tracy before, and then so I got Councilor Pine, President Tracy, Councilor Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to first welcome Emily Stebbins. I remember Emily serving on our planning commission, and it's nice to have you on board at BED. The debt service coverage ratio concern, I just want to hear a little more about how the credit rating agencies view that. Is that something that's, you got a plan to head in the other direction and improve that, either with better net operating income or reduced debt service? What's the plan there?
Yes, so it is one, the adjusted debt service coverage ratio is one, of our ratings factors. We've had continued conversation with Moody's around that. They understand that particularly in FY19, we had several events that occurred that are non-recurring that put that number lower than what we would otherwise want it to be. But long-term, we are challenged there, and it is significantly a revenue challenge. It really goes back to having lower sales to customers, not bringing in as much operating revenue in that respect as we had. So even though our debt service coverage ratio is very healthy, and that's the number that is looked at in terms of ensuring that bondholder covenants are met, that number is very healthy. The adjusted debt service coverage ratio includes things like the pilot payment that BED makes to the city and other factors that are not included in the broader ratio. It may be that although we've improved it in FY21, it may be that it doesn't fully recover to the levels that we would like to see until we have some type of either a rate increase or a change in the sales to customers. And absent a change in sales to customers, at some point, this may be one of the factors that puts pressure on us to consider a rate change.
You don't see any possibility for being essentially achieving efficiencies, cutting costs at all on that side of the equation?
I think, we've done a whole lot in terms of controlling costs. We showed that graph earlier. We've done some things on the power supply side as well. Just a couple years ago, or actually it was last year, we renegotiated an extension for one of our wind contracts that was able to reduce costs on the power supply side significantly. But when you think about going now 12 years and essentially absorbing increases in a variety of different line items, even if they're at inflation, and some of them are not, some of them are more. We've seen transmission, for example, be a much bigger cost increase. At a certain point, I think to keep the organization functioning at a healthy level, we may not have any additional operational efficiencies, but we're not there yet. We've still held that line.
Right, and I think just lastly, I want to say it's important to remind ourselves and our ratepayers that ratepayers pay bills, rates tell you what you're going to pay, but if you are implementing efficiency programs, you are essentially lowering the burden on the customer. So I think I don't want everybody get too focused on rates really, because bills are what matter. When people pay a bill, it's the bill that they're paying. And if their usage is going down because we're providing them access to greater efficiency, that is lowering their costs. So that's the key thing. That's
excellent point.
The other point we like to, that I think is sometimes misunderstood along those lines, Councilor Pine, is when we have these incentives that encourage people to get electric cars or cold climate heat pumps, I think in some sense it can look like this is some kind of, I think people have a concern, is this some kind of handout that their electric rates are paying for? And it really has the opposite impact. It's that getting people on to shift over from fossil fuel burning to electric consumption makes them a revenue source for the long term, and actually helps us keep it's been a contributing factor. If there's a view of continuing to keep rates flat into the future, it's from increased electric sales that broaden our revenues, basically. President Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. First question has to do with just the amount of ratepayers that you've seen as a result of COVID who have not been able to pay their bills. And I know that we've had a policy of not doing shutoffs, which I think is absolutely crucial. But one of the conversations we had when we were talking sort of about allowing folks the ability to delay the property tax payments was that that need or that economic shortfall may persist. And so to get some of your thinking on that, Director Springer.
Absolutely. I'll mention a few items, and I may turn it to Emily to share some data because she's been tracking some of this for us. In terms of what we're thinking, we have suspended the disconnects for non-payment, the late fees, and we've offered budget payment plans. Our team is engaged now in thinking more creatively for exactly the scenario you mentioned, which is at some point when you resume the disconnect policy, you're going to have folks who may not be able to easily catch up, who may not be able to make an upfront payment, may need a period of months to help catch up. So we're thinking through ways to structure our repayment plans differently than we ever have in the past. The other thing I wanted to mention is my understanding is the legislature is considering putting $20 million from the CARES Act package towards helping to cover customer arrearages with utilities around the state. So there is a potential source that hasn't been enacted yet to help some of our customers and others around the state with exactly the issue that you just raised. But let me turn it to Emily, who can share some of the data.
Sure, thank you, Darren. So in terms of number of customers who have fallen behind, we have not tracked every single customer, but we keep track of those who are more than $500 behind in their bills. So we've seen a substantial increase in the number of residential customers in that situation. We have about 142 at this point in that state compared to, I believe, just 26 last year at the same time. So a really big increase there. We had not previously tracked commercial customers who were that far behind on bills. We have about 100 of those roughly who who owe us more than $500. And then to put that in dollar terms, our receivables outstanding greater than 30 days has essentially doubled compared to the similar level that we saw 1 year ago.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful context. I very much appreciate it. The other question that I had was with regards to the renewable energy credits. In budget years prior, we had heard about sort of declining revenues from RECs. That market, I remember specifically Neil Lenderville having described it as being volatile. And so just wondering what's changed in that equation to make it so that we're seeing increases there, and what's driving that, I guess.
Absolutely. Yeah, I recall being with Neil in FY19 when we were saying that we thought that was the last year we might be able to go without a rate increase, that we thought FY20 we might need one. And part of the story of why we haven't needed one is the power supply budget. I mentioned renegotiating contracts, but we've also seen an uptick on renewable energy certificates and credits. Part of it is it is a challenging market to predict. It's not particularly transparent. But I think what we've seen is it is a supply and demand market, and there were some expectations, I think, of projects that were going to come online, particularly maybe including offshore wind projects that were going to come online that have not yet come online. So that absence of supply can drive the price up. And in addition, state policies do dictate kind of pieces of the supply and demand there. And we've seen changes in some of the regional states, in New England, some of the states that participate in that market have made changes to their policies. We've also seen biomass plants not being able to continue in several states, which further, decreases the supply in some cases of renewable electricity. So those are some of the factors that may be driving the price back up to levels that, while not at the levels they were in 2015 or 2016, have been much more close to kind of what we would expect than what we had seen maybe a couple of years ago.
Okay, that's helpful. And then just one last point I wanted to make was just that I fully support the funding for the phase 2 of the district energy. I think that's excellent. Continue to support it. I'm really excited about the progress you're making there.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
All right, thank you, President Tracy. Councilor Paul.
Thank you. Thanks very much. So Darren, Emily, thank you. And Darren, also thank you so much for all of the work that you're doing for the RRC. So you're doing double time, and I have a feeling if you're doing double time, that means that there are people at BED that are quietly doing other things that you might be doing, you might have otherwise been doing. So thank you to all of them. The question that I have is more of just a, to some degree, a comment, and that is, I was on the Electric Commission. I served as chair for a couple of years, and I'm very familiar with not wanting to do rate increases. And certainly I don't think any of us want to do a rate increase, but it does concern me that, you're, the way that you're effectively able to, show a net income is not from operating revenues being larger than operating expenses. Basically, it's your other items that are sort of saving the bottom line. And that makes me wonder if that is having some sort of an effect on potentially on the credit rating, because a credit rating agency may see that, what it is that really is contributing over a long period of time. I mean, this is not like something that just happened this year. So that's one question that I have, and I don't know if you know the answer to that. And then there were two others. The other was, I wasn't sure why in the information that you gave us, the adjusted debt service coverage ratio for budget 21, I'm assuming you just didn't include that because it's a budgeted number. It should be, the year adjusted should be 1.12. And I wasn't sure why that number wasn't included in the bottom line there. And again, also, as you have already mentioned, that number is concerning because it's been going on for some time. And then the other question or comment I had was whether or not you have any concerns about your cash on hand being below 100 days.
Okay, I'll take those in order. So in terms of the operating revenue compared to the net income, or operating income, net income, the one distinction with BED that's worth considering is we do invest in our statewide distribution system in Velco, and we receive dividends from Velco that don't show up in the operating income, but show up in the net income. And the kind of the philosophy behind that is those dividends are meant to offset some of our transmission expenses. So in looking at that, and Jim Reardon would always frame it this way, and I tend to see it that way as well, the net income in some ways is a little more comprehensive look because you're counting the Velco equity dividend, which offsets some of those transmission expenses. But generally speaking, I wouldn't disagree that we would prefer to see operating income be positive. Better to have net income positive than not, but all things equal, we'd like both of them to be positive. In terms of the adjusted debt service ratio, it was listed in the PowerPoint 1.12. It was going to be, in all likelihood, it would have been higher in FY21 if we hadn't had some COVID impacts that, although they're not sort of necessarily assumed as ongoing, we had a variety of projects on the customer side that might have moved forward and either been using electricity in FY21 that now are delayed, or where we might have had customer contributions to offset some of our labor costs that now may not be happening. So we had earlier projections that would have had that number higher. It is in FY21 a material improvement over 19 and 20, so it's moving in the correct direction, and that is helpful, I think, for our credit rating discussions. It is also one aspect of our credit rating, but as mentioned, the other variety of our metrics are all strong. The days cash on hand, it currently stands in FY20 at 119 days. And so part of moving through FY21 without a rate increase and with a variety of capital projects would be that you will reduce some of that margin as you get towards the end of the year. But we always want to make sure that the year-end cash on hand is ideally above 90. I think one year we may have had it around 89, but 90 is the A rating metric. We usually like to make sure that that is above 90. In this budget, it is above 90, so we feel comfortable with that. Also knowing, again, that this would be the absolute worst time, not that we need to, but this would be the worst time to ask our customers for a rate increase. So we're glad to be able to go through yet another year without doing that.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, I mean, I'm certain I don't think anybody is encouraging you to ask for a rate increase. I'm just, when so much of it is a tightly managed budget, I mean, again, we've seen what happens with businesses that, and I realize that BED is effectively a monopoly. There are, obviously, it's not like running a private business, but we've seen what happens when really big problems happen. And I just, it just, as I say, I just find that, concerning, but it's not, I don't think it's overly concerning. I just think it's something that, as I'm sure you are, something worth watching. So thank you. Thanks very much. I appreciate your time. And I don't believe we've ever met in person, Emily, but I hope that we will have the opportunity to meet in person sometime soon. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Paul. And I'll just mention, I know we need to wrap up. We are going to manage this budget very, very actively. So we are aware that a change in any of the assumptions underlying it will affect all the metrics that you mentioned. And we are prepared, just as we've been doing in FY20, to respond to COVID-19, to look at, deferring projects when necessary, deferring expenses, tightly controlling any expenditures to make sure we make it through the year the way that we expect to. So appreciate that sentiment, and that's our plan.
Well, as one of the people that was strongly supportive of you becoming general manager, I have no doubt that you will do that. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you, Emily and Darren. Let's move now to the Church Street Marketplace budget. Welcome, Cara. Turn it over to you.
Hi, good evening. I have a relatively short presentation because, as many of you might know, hold on, I'm trying to share my screen. I don't have that many moving parts in my budget. Here's where we are right now. My commission voted on May 14th to abate fiscal year 21 quarter 1 and quarter 2 fees. They also mandated that this abatement be passed on to the tenants and not be retained by the property owners. They also voted unanimously to waive outdoor cafe fees in order to directly support the struggling restaurants. As you all know, we find ourselves in many crises at the moment, but my department is most affected by the financial crisis that was born by the pandemic. These decisions were made in an effort to support the businesses and give them as much fee relief as possible. Also, in order to hopefully reduce the amount of vacancies that we may see in the future. The total lost revenue is approximately $450,000. As you know, my budget is roughly $1 million. After much brainstorming, I have proposed that the remaining budget, the half of the budget that's left, would be used for the maintenance of the street, which I feel is most important because that is the first thing that all visitors to the downtown see. And it's a gathering space for our community, and we take care of all of our own maintenance. So the budget I suggested will remain to support maintenance staff and all maintenance costs. My salary and my marketing specialist, we are the two people in the office right now. I suggested to the mayor that 80% of our salaries and benefits be passed on to the city of Burlington. And the marketplace will still continue to cover 20% of our salaries, as we will still be providing services such as I will be managing the maintenance staff and helping the merchants to organize themselves. Part of the reasoning behind this is we will most likely have massively reduced amounts of events, if any, in the coming fiscal year. So what I have been doing the past few months is supporting small business throughout the city of Burlington. I have led the employer team at the RRC and answered almost every single call that's come in. I'm working on promoting and educating the small businesses on grant and loan programs coming down from the city, the state, the federal government. And I'm working on several projects to market all businesses in Burlington and help them to recover in this coming year. This is a 2-slide presentation, and I would be open to questions now.
Before we go to the questions, I just want to say, I think councilors may have seen this already, but Kara's work through the pandemic has been exceptional in keeping the communications going with the small business community that throughout this period. It's been an incredibly stressful and challenging time for our small businesses, and Kara has played a really key liaison role, keeping the information going in both directions, information about guidance, about relief opportunities going out in a very clear and actionable way to our businesses, and then getting the feedback back through the creation of this small business task force that Kara really leads. It's impacted the city's response and everything from the making space for making space for retail and restaurants program that came out of the small business task force, the relief that the council approved recently to support our small businesses. Cara and CEDO were involved in the program design there, and even impacting. We played a role in passing on to the federal delegation the really significant feedback coming from our merchants about how the PPP program needed to be reformed. And you may have seen that, there are a lot of people calling that, but Cara's been involved at that level too. So this idea that she would spend during this recovery period, that she would be available to us to help the entire small business community in Burlington, I think is a valuable one. And I support this concept, if obviously. So I just want to make sure that was clear and the thinking behind that was clear. Councilor Pine.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Cara, for the work you've been doing. It's trial by fire. You really just got your sea legs under you, and then this hit. So I think it's pretty amazing what you've done to really try and bolster the small business community, which is in many ways the lifeblood of all communities, but especially ours. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
You have this special fund or foundation that's a separate 501c3. It's not the Marketplace Commission, but the Marketplace Foundation is there for capital improvements. That's really what it was intended for special projects that the city couldn't fund. So I was really surprised and really, quite honestly, really dismayed to hear that that foundation may in fact use some of its limited resources to challenge the city council's vote 11-1 on the mural. So I really hope, I don't want to put you in the middle of it, but I have to right now, is just say that I think that's something that is problematic, deeply problematic. And I've had several people bring it up to me that we are ready as a community to move on. We have other challenges facing us, and the foundation spending any resources to do that is really just problematic. So.
May I address that? So the Church Street Marketplace Foundation is a 501c3, as you mentioned. It was founded in 2005 as a place to store funds gained through fundraising to be used for capital improvements. I am not a board member or an employee of the Church Street Marketplace Foundation. So I find myself in an awkward position that I would agree with you that moving forward would be in everyone's best interest. And I can pass that message on to the foundation members.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for your work. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Councilor Paul.
Thank you. Just wanted to also note that Cara, I know that does put you in a very to some degree in a difficult position, what Councilor Pine mentioned. But I think that for the, and hopefully your explanation is sufficed, but for the public to understand that the Church Street Marketplace Foundation has nothing to do with your position. Yes, it's about the Church Street Marketplace the Church Street Marketplace, but the foundation is a private foundation, and it is the members of the foundation that have the decision, that are making a decision potentially to get involved in a matter that the council has already 11-1 agreed to move forward with. So I know it puts you in a tough spot, but just want to make sure, just want you to know that we know and we support the work that you're doing for businesses in Burlington. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Quick question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, Councilor Jang.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Cara, for being here. And I can say sorry that you came in a time that things are hard, but you've been there doing what you can. Thank you. And I know that this has been a topic of discussion about bathrooms in Street Marketplace and in downtown, and was just wondering if you still have that on your radar, and based on this budget, what would you like else that you haven't talked about to get that done at least this year, and so that we can move forward.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Jang. As I believe you and I had spoken, there was rather a group of members of the faith community, members of the nonprofit community, and some members of the city, myself included, who had been meeting on a regular basis to try and discuss the bathroom situation. That has been suspended, but just for right now, although there has been some email traffic about getting that back up and running. In addition, the City Hall bathrooms are open, and I have been communicating with Brookfield about getting those restrooms opened again now as well. So it is on my radar, and I feel that I personally feel that the public restroom issue is something that should be solved with the community altogether. And I would be happy to lead that discussion, especially in my new role, trying to support small business.
All right, thank you.
Okay, sorry, you're on mute. I couldn't tell.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No worries. Yeah. So as a follow-on to Councillor Jang's question, which I appreciated and definitely agree, wanting to see movement on that. But one thing that has come up is hand washing or sanitizing.
Yeah.
As we kind of we're opening up retail and wanting to just see if you've thought about any additional hand washing or sanitizing stations along the marketplace.
Yes, there has been discussion of that, and that needs to move forward, and looking at emergency funding for that, because as you may know, even though we're still in fiscal year 20, the Board of Abatement met and in April abated fourth quarter fees for the marketplace. So I didn't have funding to put hand washing stations in place. I had encouraged the merchants on the street to pool their resources to get for example, Bar Hill was producing barrels of sanitizer so that they could go in together and try and split it up. So as far as I know, all stores are providing sanitizer inside, but on the street, that would definitely be something that we would need moving forward, especially I would think as restaurants maybe are opening more and more to capacity.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Car, and thank you, councilors. We will now move to the capital budget. And
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, can I have one question for you, and it's in regard to Kara's budget?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. We all know what's going on, and we all know that also the street marketplace has been hit very hard by the COVID. And was just wondering if there is any opportunities or a wiggle room for the city to support the street budget, to move at least a couple of things forward, such as the bathroom. And also I know that we have a different relationship compared to the other departments, and was just wondering from your standpoint, what could be done to support such a needed department in the city?
Well, thank you, Councilor Jang. So we've been very concerned about the marketplace since this began. I think this is the largest sort of existential threat the marketplace has faced in its 40-year history. With the council's support, of course, we waived all of the marketplace fees. We abated them down to zero in that first emergency resolution that the council supported, and we were able, so that helped, and we kept the marketplace team intact through that by maintenance staff did some other work for the city during that period. So I just mention that as like we've tried to be as supportive as we can within our charter restrictions from the start. We are continuing that in the big way is through this what we are basically the marketplace fee payers will be able to will have basically a 50% reduction of their fees with this budget that we're proposing. So there's that kind of financial direct assistance. And again, we're keeping the marketplace team and intact with this idea of Cara and the marketing person doing this other work as part of this relief effort. So I do see this in what we're proposing here, the city really coming to the table and being a major team player to help the marketplace through this challenging time. Beyond that, of course, we are doing what we can to help individual property tax payers. And we have this deployment of CDBG funds that are available as small business relief. On top of all of that, we are looking at whether there's some possibility of getting additional federal help for the marketplace. I don't know that we have made some inquiries there and are doing some advocacy work there. I don't know how viable that is, but that would be a big win if that was possible. That would really create some pressure relief, that would allow, marketplace operations to continue without the very substantial fees that fall on marketplace businesses to carry them. So that's what we've come up with so far. If you have other specific areas that you have ideas about, we're all ears.
Yes, I mean, one of them is basically maybe we tap on Brookfield a little bit more, because there has been also an impact. A lot of businesses have left, and many businesses are picking up the tab and maybe exploring if there is way for Brookfield to participate in the strengthening of Church Street. Could be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're now ready to move to the capital budget. Thank you again, Cara.
Thank you.
Welcome, Martha. Welcome, Norm and Cindy. All right, and Sophie. We got the whole team
I
here.
got the whole team. So thank you very much. You all have heard from me a number of times recently, and so you're a little bit familiar with the capital improvement program. I have a number of slides. We'll try and, again, keep it short, but there are 10 of them, so we'll see how well we can do. So the capital improvement program, it's a general fund capital improvement program, and I lost my little arrow. So what is the capital improvement? It's a short range plan, which is 4 to 10 years, and it identifies the various capital projects, equipment, and it provides planning for that. And this is a link between the vision of the city and the annual capital budgets. This year in particular is the 5th year of our 2016 voter approved sustainable infrastructure plan. And when we set that up, it was a 10-year plan that the council approved. This is the 5th year. And so we have shown a lot of work in that 5 years. Over this time period, we bought fire trucks. We did enhanced street and sidewalk work. We've been working on the bike path rehabilitation. We did a number of major facilities projects, 645 Pine being our latest. And City Hall Park is one of them. And so now we're ready to move into our next 5 years. And that's an exciting thought. We have some challenges with it. Our budget, which I'm showing you both fiscal year 21 and 22, we were able to make a balanced budget in fiscal year 21. And that's really exciting. We worked hard to make that a balanced budget. However, we have a hole in 22. And so we're just giving you a short snapshot on the fact that capital never ends and there is a continuing need, and we will have to have further discussions on that. When their initial plan was approved, that second 5 years had about $50 million of need in that next 5 years. And so we have to find a way to get it sustainable. We've made a lot of steps towards making it more sustainable and reducing the overall needs, but they haven't gone away or they haven't balanced out at this point. We do a lot of work. It's all of general fund, and so we coordinate with a lot of different people. And So we have water in there, a fund you'll be hearing about in a few minutes, but they work very closely with the engineers and tech services with their water main relining to make sure that we don't dig up streets that were just paved the previous year. And so you see you see the St. Paul Street is redone. This is 645 Pine, that the new kitchen area, our Parks and Rec. And then we all work on our energy efficiencies and net zero goals. Excuse me, I lost it. So the mayor spoke earlier on our climate budget initiatives. And we do have electrification of vehicles. We have the Green Revolving Loan Fund. And we have all of the transportation planning projects that help move us in that direction. For tech services, I'm going to let Norm speak to the streets and sidewalks.
So this particular slide just lists the most notable projects that we have ongoing, some of which are very large, substantial investments, some of which are infilling facilities that didn't exist to support pedestrian movement throughout the city. Both Mansfield and Colchester Ave are two projects of that nature. Colchester Ave is actually underway as we speak. Mansfield Avenue is at really kind of a design stage and will continue forward in the coming fiscal year. The Shelburne Street Roundabout, that is a state managed project, but we participate as a local entity to see that that project is built in consideration of the local community, and it is a project that addresses safety concerns. So we're very happy that's moving forward. As I understand it, this is scheduled to go to construction in calendar year 22. Streets and sidewalk reinvestment. This is of particular importance to us. We have sidewalks that are in very poor shape. We firmly believe that we have a backlog of work that needs to be addressed. With the mayor's administration coming into focus on this issue, we've made significant progress in trying to deal with much of the backlog, but there's still a lot of work to be done to improve our system. There's still, public is very concerned about some short runs and long runs, and so we're trying to find the right balance there. Paving, as you know, is an ongoing affair that needs to continue. As climate change affects these street systems, that we need to have significant reinvestment. Previous years, we were not investing anywhere near as much as we should, but I think now we're on the right path, but we still need to press ahead to kind of get in front of, as opposed to be drawn down by these existing conditions. And we've seen some of the effects of climate change on Pine Street a few years ago. We certainly don't want to be back to that in that position. So we need to have that reinvestment. Another piece of this puzzle is we are making sure that when we make these kinds of investments, we're making good coordinated investments with the subterranean utilities. So they do their work first, we come in behind them. We try to coordinate that schedule as much as possible. The water system certainly needs care and feeding, probably just as much as the street. And we're trying to make sure whatever investments we make is good investments.
Thank you. Now I'm going to let Cindy and Sophie speak a little bit to the budget covers all of these different departments. And so I think it's nice to be able to allow them to speak to their portions of their budget. So Sophie and Cindy are here with us.
So just an example of, or two examples of multi-year projects that Capital helps manage and fund. The bike path rehabilitation, which I'm sure everybody is very familiar with. Just as an update, construction is currently underway between Perkins Pier and the Barge Canal. And soon, early July, we should see the path between the Wastewater Treatment Center and Roundhouse Point open. And then we'll head into the most complicated and challenging part of the bike path, which is the Barge Canal. Design for the rest of the bike path to construction documents is underway and almost completed for the rest of the path. And we should see the portion between Harrison and the Barge Canal begin construction by the end or late summer. The rest of the design, as I mentioned, is imminent, and rehabilitation is forthcoming in financial year 21 and 22, but there is a gap in the budget, which poses a bit of uncertainty. In terms of City Hall Park, construction on the improvements to City Hall Park resumed in May, and work has begun on the College Street Terrace. And the details of the design for the Terrace Street are being ironed out, as well as Main Street and the southern boundary of the park before the Great Street standards are implemented there in the future. And some good news is the park is on track to be opened in mid-fall this year. In terms of other categories of work that we do that are multi-year projects, for our trees crew, they work on every year on planting hundreds of trees to increase our canopy cover, which contributes to our environmental goals, including resiliency. And the plantings in the right-of-way have focused on multi-species interplantings where there are ash trees in anticipation of emerald ash borer coming on. And again, with the multi-species, it's increasing the diversity and hopefully preventing any other emerald ash borer crises in the future. Conservation, we have the conservation legacy funds that help us identify future acquisitions and easements to help enrich the city's public open spaces and provide additional funding for our conservation program. Master planning and siting studies basically provide the road work for our parks and the long-term vision to identify future investments as needed. And they're developed with public input and an outreach process, which we're working on modifying based on COVID's challenges to doing the usual outreach process. In terms of park improvements, we have 2 restricted funds that help upgrade and update our parks, park impact fees and penny for parks projects. And they support the implementation of capital improvement in the parks and address community requests and emergent needs. In recent years, penny for parks has been used to bring our playgrounds up to standard, improve our recreation amenities through tennis courts, rehabilitation, and address portions of facilities with deferred maintenance issues. And that's just an overview.
So Martha, can I just insert one comment in here that I misspoke about the Shelburne Roundabout? It is construction season 21. Sorry.
It's okay. So as you can see, the capital plan and budget is a number of different things that are all together. It's the overall assets of the general fund put together. And it is a large budget, a $30 million budget this year. And I will take any questions that anyone has.
All right, any questions for Martha?
I have a question. Trying to turn my camera on. Okay. Thank you for the presentation. And I think the first question is to all of you, including the mayor. Is there a way or a path forward that will connect the capital fund or the capital budget with the enterprise budget? Is there any way to cross path them sometimes? And what would it take, if any?
Councilor Zhang, could you repeat one part of that to connect the capital budget with the enterprise fund?
Yes. So basically, the enterprise entities are solely working on their own, capital management. But is it a way to do the wedding, to do the marriage between capital plan and also enterprise? In a different way, is it possible for the airport to allocate some infrastructure fund to the capital for the city or the electric department to do so?
Okay, so in some sense the answer is yes, and we do that frequently when we are look, for example, on St. Paul Street, when we did that project, the various different utilities paid for their share of that work. So the electric company paid for the electrical elements of that did involve, they didn't pay for 100% of it because of regulatory issues, but they paid for part of the undergrounding work there. which I know is an issue that is of interest to you. The stormwater utility helped pay for some of the rain gardens there in a way that, you know, has to, there was an allocation for these costs that has to stand muster. There are various kind of regulatory bodies and other ways that we have to be careful about that. We have to follow strict rules that different money comes with different strings attached and rules that go along with it. But you know, when we're taking on a project, often infrastructure projects do involve lots of different utilities, and they all come to the table and help pay for that. What we can't do is find a way, you know, there are people who've gotten in trouble trying to do stuff like this, try to take airport funds and use that to pay for St. Paul Street. If there's got to be a nexus between the authority, between the authorized activities of the enterprise fund and the project. But where there is that, we absolutely allocate out, you know, in a way that's fair, but that gives us more resources to get these projects done than we would without doing that kind of allocation. Does that make sense? Did I address your question?
Kind of, but I saw also Eileen rubbing her head a little bit and was just wondering, I mean, the legality of it. There is always ways to do things. But this could be another discussion maybe.
I think it is a bigger discussion. I think that the administration has really explored, Ali, as much as we can do of that. The problem is, for example, FAA funds, they are restricted for airport uses. We can't use them for general other kinds of things that the city is doing. So there are limitations on that. BED is a regulated utility, and it has limitations on what it can use its money for, and it can't use it to bolster up the general fund of the city. So the places where we have been able to do it, as the mayor's described, that's exactly what we try to do, to make sure that if the general fund is supporting the airport or BED or whatever, that there's some payment back to the general fund.
Yep, thank you. So now my other question is for Parks and Rec, Cindy, and we probably all received emails from some type of safety concern on Ethan Allen Parkway, you know, on top, and was just wondering what the plan of it, and is it part of the budget, or what is also the temporary aspect or easement that we can use to make sure that especially children are safe on that park.
So for short term, we did put signs up immediately on there and are no longer mowing around that edge, but the staff are researching about putting a fence along there that would be that we're able to secure into that area. And that's all funds that we can use, capital funds for that, for installing a fence there. And we have, while it was not a project that was identified when we put the budget together, we carry an emergent fund line for projects like that pop up.
Mm-hmm. And lastly, this is the last question, and also it is about maybe system problem. And was just wondering if we take grants away from the capital and also maybe create an office that is only in charge of looking into grants for the city. So like a grant office that can look into grants, apply for them, secure them for the departments. Is that possible, Mayor, for maybe moving forward to think about?
Yeah, so definitely grant pursuit strategies is something the city's approached in a variety of different ways at different times. We, you know, sometimes do that in-house with, and I'm sure Brian Pine could tell you a lot more stories than I could about various grant writing efforts he was involved in. So it's definitely part of it's a part of a number of people's jobs within CEDO in particular. When there have been times when there's a specific opportunity when we might outsource some of that, bring some other people in. There was a period that we're still in, I would say, when I think that it is possible that there are opportunities that we have not fully, it's very hard to kind of bat 1,000 on and succeed on every grant making opportunity. The federal government opportunities really have diminished and dwindled over the years, and became less and less of the focus of CEDO's time and effort to try to pursue those grants, because they were sort of diminishing returns, and the grants that were possible to get came with more and more strings attached. So that's why somewhat in recent years, there's been a little bit less emphasis for it. The times may be changing again there, and that will drive then a change in strategy. Councilor Pine, you want to jump in here on this?
Joe, just add that Councilor Jang has hit it right on, that was actually one of the reasons why CEDO was created. It's written right into the charter that's a purpose of CEDO, is to do exactly what Councilor Jang asked about. And so it is there. It just, as you said, the opportunities have shrunk quite a bit. Devolution is this federal concept. Tell the states and localities to do it, but don't give them any money to do it. As Councilor Tracy mentioned earlier, it's unfunded mandates, but it's a little less of a mandate there. But we did have a period where the airport used essentially their own revenue to subsidize the cost of the bus route that left downtown and ended up at the airport. And that went on for a few years, and eventually the FAA caught wind and said, you can't do that anymore. So we've tried, and we did it for a few years. It was under Bernie, and it was really creative, and ridership on that route went way up, because basically it was a free route. You go from downtown to the mall and then the airport. So that was tried.
Thank you.
President Tracy.
So really appreciate this presentation. It's exciting to see so much work still happening, even with everything going on. That's really, I think, going to position us in a good place for years to come. One area that I'm continuing to hear from folks about is the ONE Greenway. This is the temporary or quick build installation that was put in as traffic calming on Loomis, Grant, and Peru and Sherman Streets. Folks continue to be kind of a little irritated with the graffiti that can be on those planters, as well as just trash that can accumulate there. And those were really supposed to be more temporary installations that were transitioned over time. So wondering if we've made any progress in terms of capital expenditures in how we're taking quick build, which is supposed to be really a test of whether we can achieve a greater safety metric in a short term, or over a dated, over a significantly statistic period, and then transition it. But it feels like we've had some of these things in place for several years, and I think it's time to kind of think through what those next steps were looking like, and wondering if there's any eye in this capital budget towards those issues.
Mayor, would you like me to respond?
Yeah.
Thank you, President Tracy. Great minds think alike. Yes, we've been doing these quick build programs for about 3 years now. There are a number of sites this coming construction season that are transitioning from quick build to permanent. 5 Corners at Howard, St. Paul, and Winooski is transitioning from a quick build to permanent. In addition, the closure of one of the right turn lanes on Battery Street at Pearl, which was a quick build, is actively under construction now to put a curb there and add more pervious surface to benefit stormwater. And to your point, the Old Northern Greenway has been a challenge to maintain. We have the planting contract executed and are expecting the plants to go in the next 2 weeks. And we have started a survey to engage the public's perception and benefit of the Old Northern Greenway. And that will help inform our work to determine whether or not to make it permanent and in what fashion. And I look forward to engaging the TUC in that conversation.
Great. Sort of part of that, because I know some of that quick build stuff has addressed crosswalk issues and safety sort of in those areas. Is there an eye towards investing in crosswalks? I know that we've tried some different surface treatments with crosswalks in a variety of places, but for instance, up and down North Street, a number of those crosswalks are completely blown out at this point in terms of those pads that try and stop people. So are there, I've heard from folks that they're frustrated with some of that stuff. And so is there anything to address crosswalk safety, with RFBs, those rapid flashing beacons, or anything like that to improve safety at crosswalks?
Sure, I'll start off and then
they're kind of an in-between area.
Turn over to Norm. But last year alone, we added or enhanced 18 crosswalks in the city. We are bullish on pedestrian safety. The RFBs didn't exist in the city until 2014, I believe. And we've developed a whole policy on where to install those. Everybody likes them, but we want to implement them in an appropriate, methodical way. If they're everywhere and people come desensitized to them, we lose the effectiveness of the tool. Each tool has a proper place. So we've got a plan in place. We are looking at additional locations, and we will continue to expand our crosswalk infrastructure. That said, it is a challenging time. This budget that you see in front of you on the operations and maintenance side of things, when we get to the DPW general fund budget, is constrained. And so the more equipment we put out there and the higher level of service we want, we will have slower turn time to maintain those facilities. Norm, anything you want to add?
I would just say that my team is faced with significant budget challenges and have not been able to add seasonal positions that really give us the space to do some of the more proactive work, and you should expect that some of that work will slow down, but we will continue to press the transportation issues that you're talking about, given that we see those as a high priority for public safety.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you to the Capitol team. We appreciate preview of discussions to come. We are coming. This is the last year where we really have these resources that the voters approved for the expanded investment. If we're going to keep up this progress, we're going to have to, in the coming years, really embrace that head on. I think we got some options for doing that, assuming we kind of come through this recession and get back to more normal times. But consider that a preview of a future discussion. We don't have time for future discussions. We barely have time for tonight's discussion. So let's move on to the water, wastewater, stormwater budget. I saw Megan Moyer zoomed in before, and Chapin and Norm will stay here as well. I'm not sure who's going to take the lead here.
I'm going to turn it over to Megan, who's going to run through a 3-slide presentation. We're hitting the wave tops for you tonight.
Unmute. Hello, everybody. And are you seeing the presentation? Yep.
Yes, we are.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
Okay, let me get this other thing up so I can see my slides. Hi, folks. Yes, this is probably the shortest water resources budget presentation I have ever given, and hopefully will ever give, but I know we're short on time. So as we shared with us, I think the last Board of Finance, somebody had inquired about the status of our affordability and rate restructuring program. Unfortunately, if you guys recall, we met with you, we had our proposal, and then we were getting ready to do a massive lift of outreach because of the wide variety of impacted customers. COVID hit, which really made that outreach virtually impossible. So the fact of knowing that we weren't able to do the restructuring, as well as realizing the impact on both residents and businesses in Burlington, we worked really hard and were successful in coming up with a budget that has no rate increase for water, wastewater, or stormwater for this year. The caveat to that, we'll talk about that briefly, is that we are and will have to be closely monitoring our revenue, our current projections versus actual. I pulled together a graph of what our flows have looked like during this COVID time period. The red line is our 7-day moving average for 2020, and the solid green line is the 7-day moving average, 3-year average, so 2017, 18, and 19. And folks can see, we were tracking pretty well, maybe even using a little more water for a time period. And then when COVID hit, these flows started to diverge. And so we have already experienced some revenue downturn. But we are starting to see both the really warm summer days towards the end of May, as well as people starting to come back. We did have an increase in our flows compared to our 3-year average. And I'm tracking that very closely as things are more opened up to hope that we start to use our typical amounts of water. As you all know, that is the major driver of our revenue. So going into FY21, we have put in some revenue shortfall assumptions. We have some revenue shortfalls potentially for FY20. It's going to depend on obviously our expenses and how things track, particularly in this last month. But going into FY21, the model or the scenario that we're using at this time is assuming a 20% reduction in usage for July and August, a 10% reduction in usage for September and October, and a 5% reduction in November and December. We're actually working with Raftellus, our financial advisor, to create a more robust pandemic revenue modeling tool, where we're really going to focus on our top largest customers, such as UVM, and play around with some scenarios so that we have a little bit of lead time as things start to fluctuate, so that we can consider whether or not we need to dial back on expenses, or potentially, as I will talk about in the last slide. Sorry, I got a kiddo crying upstairs. Hold on, just trying to make sure the other parent is going to get the child. To track whether or not we may need to come back for a mid-year rate increase. So depending on if we go as far as these 20%, 10%, and 5% reductions for those months, we are planning to run a deficit in both water and wastewater. Stormwater is not impacted. Impervious surface stays as impervious surface. It's not affected by the usage. So we are planning this potential deficit. It's important to know, just as far as a continuum, that without any revenue downturn, if for some way we were able, pardon? Oh, if we were able to get back to our normal usage, our water budget is actually balanced and wastewater has a surplus budget. So keep your fingers crossed that people do start coming back and using all of the capacity that we're trying to build in the restaurants and whatnot, so that our water usage comes back up. The good news is that water and wastewater do have sufficient cash on hand to absorb these currently estimated deficit and still maintain what we call reasonable days of cash on hand. Even when I factor in a sort of worst case deficit or revenue shortfall for FY20, and then look at these potential deficits that we are presenting here, water would still have 139 days of cash on hand and wastewater would have 94 days of cash on hand. So looking ahead, as I tried to broadcast, if the revenue impacts are more severe than predicted, for instance, if UVM, which is currently planned to open, shuts down, we're going to need to look at that quickly, and then decide if, for the health and the sustainability of these funds in our operations, if we will have to come back to you for a potentially modest rate increase at some point during the fiscal year. I also want to broadcast that FY22 has to require rate increases to meet our revenue requirements. Particularly, one of the ways which we are able to have these no rate increase budgets is because we're using the SRF funding, which allows us to only have debt service 1 year after the construction of several of these projects. We are delaying a couple of capital projects, which we felt like we could operationally, and we are going to have our typical operational increases. And if anybody wants to know, I can get into the specifics of how we were able to balance things, because there are a couple of places where we did have to move things around. But I just want to make sure that everybody knows that we will be needing to kind of get back on track with our rate increase plan. With that being said, we think that it's going to be a great time to obviously refocus our efforts on the affordability and rate restructuring and advancing that with or in advance of that FY22 rate increase. And with that, I am done. So I will stop screen sharing.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you and your team for the hard work to switch fields here and really change the trajectory of where things were headed to respond to events. I think maybe, well, there's a number of these budgets have done that, but certainly water and wastewater, stormwater was dramatic. So the floor is open for council questions. All right. Look at that, Megan. 3-page presentation, and it answers everything. If there's no further questions there, I will keep us moving and go to parking and traffic, and that is why Jeff Paget has arrived on our screen here. And are you going to lead the way here? Or okay, go ahead, Jeff. Thank you.
Yes.
Yep, let me get my screen shared here. All right. So seeing Megan's success with her 2 slides, I'm gonna go, or 3 slides, I'm gonna go with 2. Everybody can see that? Okay, good, thanks. All right, so, and Chapin, you're on, correct? There he is, yep, okay.
Yes, I am, Jeff.
All right, sorry, get a little disconnected here. So, so I am the interim assistant director for the traffic program and the parking program, which is the garages. So I'll start with talking about 264, which is the traffic group. This program manages all the signs, manages the lines on the roads, the bike lines, and the car lines, and the crosswalks, the stop bars, all that stuff. Do the signals, so that's regular traffic signals and the parking ban lights. We do a ton of graffiti control across all of that. And we manage the parking meters and the crossing, and we maintain and operate the crossing guard program. So I wanted to give you some context on the impact of COVID on our budget before we dive into 21. We had 0 revenue. We're an enterprise fund, and we had 0 revenue for 3 months. We expect that is going to impact our operations by about $500,000. We're going to cover that using fund balance, and that's going to leave us with 65 days of cash on hand going into FY21, which is dramatic. So going into FY21, we budgeted meter revenue down by 10%, and we also budgeted for meter bag revenue down 65%. That's primarily driven by the fact that the past couple of years have been artificially high because of meter bags related to City Place Burlington, which are no longer in place. So that might look more dramatic than it's dramatic. So anyway, so FY21 budget highlights then. It's a 10% contraction in the budget. We retain all of our full-time and seasonal staff. We've reduced overtime expectations by 80%. We've removed off-site training. We're maintaining the school crossing guard program in a whole. This is a service that we provide for the schools. It's about a $220,000 operation. We've deferred the investment in some asset management software and hardware that we want to acquire so that we can actually keep track of where all the stop signs are and all the one-way signs. I mean, there's an amazing amount of signs out there, and we need a better way of keeping track of which ones get torn down every 2 weeks. So, but we've deferred that. And signal capitals are limited to only projects that can be funded by impact fees. So we're not digging into any fund balance to support any signal capital. So moving on to the parking facilities. This is a little more, this gets a little interesting. So the parking facilities is Marketplace Garage, Lakeview College Street, and Westlake Garage, and then the monthly lots like Elmwood and Main Street Lot, and the metered lots like the Main Street Lot, Boves Lot, 194 St. Paul. So the impact again on this was we had 0 revenue for 3 months, but this is a much more expensive operation. We have many more employees over here. So we are estimating, around $1 million of loss due to COVID. Again, covered by fund balance, and this leaves 124 days cash on hand, which is is healthier, but still, this is a dramatic hit to a budget that really needs the fund balance there to fund expected future capital projects. So FY21, we said we're expecting garage revenues to be down about 20%. Obviously, hotels are not occupied. That's driving it down. We've got transient revenue. We don't have tourists coming at the same level. We don't have the festivals happening on Church Street. There's a lot of drivers to that. We expect lot revenue to remain stable because we don't have, there's not as many spaces there, and we have revenue coming in from monthly parkers there. And we also, we think that demand for monthly parking in the Lakeview garage is actually pretty strong. I've been getting queries all summer about how can I get a permit. So I think that we will actually recover on the monthly parking permit side relatively well. But again, we need to be conservative because we don't know what's going to happen with that transient revenue. So anyway, some highlights of other things that happened in the budget for 21. A couple weeks ago, the Church Street Marketplace Commission recommended to City Council to cut the DID in half, assessment in half. I'm sure people have heard that by now. By doing that, it basically sends us $150,000, which is almost exactly the amount of money that we believe it costs to run the 2-hour free program at Lakeview and College. But it does not cover the cost of 2 hours free at the Marketplace Garage. So that will increase our revenues at the Marketplace Garage, but that increase in revenue is nearly the same as what we're expecting to lose because of COVID. So operations are basically level funded. However, it gets a little complicated here, but the operations are funded, but we can't afford our typical capital investments, things like replacing doors, putting in new windscreens. We've got a laundry list of capital repair / improvements, expensive repairs that need to be done that we've deferred all of them. We do have a limited number of repairs in there. Specifically, there's a significant $100,000 repair to West Lake Garage that's needed that we've committed to, that we're actually going to burn fund balance to make that project happen. And also we're covering some costs related to winding down the downtown parking transportation management partnership, migration of programs, data, and costs associated with migrating the assistant director position, my job, because I'm interim. So there's a lot in there. It's dense. Happy to answer any questions. Go ahead, Max. I don't know who's supposed to be moderating, but.
Yeah, so I certainly appreciate all the work that you put into balancing this challenging budget. And I just wanted to, Chapin had given me a little bit of a heads up on the 2-hour free issue. I think it makes sense, given everything that you're contending with. It's certainly a challenge, but I think that by maintaining that in the Lakeview and the College Street garages, we can hopefully get those garages more used. But to that end, I'm just wondering about wayfinding and how we're going to get folks actually knowing that the 2-hour free still exists at those garages and really drive them to those places so that they know that resource is still there. Because I know that that's kind of been a need that we've recognized for a while, but with this, I think we have an additional need to really make sure that people know that resource is still there. And, I don't know if it's every however long, but a couple 100 feet or whatever it is, just pointing people in the right direction. Because I've told people and tried to direct them to these garages, and yet folks still have trouble finding them sometimes. So anyways, I just wanted to check in on the wayfinding side.
Yep, so we are actually engaged with an interior garage wayfinding design firm from Pennsylvania, actually. And they're in the very beginning stages, and we should have a plan together in October timeframe for so that we're branding the interiors of both garages the same. And part of that branding of the interior is communicating that there is another garage in another place where you can park, and a map to it, or however we need to communicate that clearly, that there is additional parking. And we also have the monument signs on the outsides of the garage that have been idle for a couple of years now. There's a project underway right now. The engineering group is finalizing the designs and should go out for construction this summer to power those signs. And those signs basically have a dynamic arrow. So when the marketplace garage is full, an arrow flips and says go this way down to College Street Garage. So it's that whole concept of how do we get people to go from Marketplace to Lakeview is a vexing and big challenge, but we're working on it.
Great, thank you.
That's fine.
Yeah, does parking as an enterprise fund keep its own essentially capital reserve or fund balance for capital projects? And what about how much? About what's that amount? Is that
right? It's about right now combined 264, 265 is about 3.5 million.
3.5.
Yeah, and we're looking to burn what did I have, million and a half due to COVID.
Yeah.
And just for Councillor Pine's edification, there's no capital reserve formally constituted. There is a fund balance for those two programs.
Okay, so it's not a designated capital reserve.
That is correct. And when I arrived here in 2013, there was virtually no fund balance whatsoever with these entities. And the only way they'd stayed solvent was through deferring capital. So
my question is the parking garages, as Pat Buto used to say, they are one of the toughest things to make work from a capital improvement standpoint, because they just basically are cash flow neutral, really. They don't kick off enough cash to do capital improvements, but it sounds like there's at least some pot of money for that. So we're not in as bad a shape as we were, it sounds like.
That is correct. And then we will see if the economy rebounds and there is not 2-hour free in Marketplace Garage, which is a garage that has often been oversubscribed, routinely full and gates down, which is not good customer service. If we can reduce the occupancy and the over demand a little bit, but have everybody pay, currently over half of the customers at Marketplace pay nothing. We will
80%.
likely generate funds to help reinvest in our garages.
And 80% of the parking at Marketplace Garage right now is free.
Wow, 80%. But it just leads to my next question, which is, after speaking about this issue with Kelly Devine from Burlington Business Association, she did say that the notion of 2-hour free parking is really is fading out elsewhere. It's really the old, kind of an older approach, and that parking validation is where we're going to, which is where we used to be back in the day, that you go to a merchant and they would validate your ticket. So that sounds like that will that some ways offset the revenue loss? I mean, is there a gain here in terms of going to the validation approach, or is it? Yeah.
Yes.
Possibly. We do have funding to support a pilot validation program. So as we move into this 2-hour free zone, we are planning to stand up a merchant validation program that's subsidized. So it's free to the merchants, at least for the pilot period, and see how it works, get the kinks out, and then figure out what the right pricing structure is for the merchants.
Thank you. I'm impressed with what you've done. Thanks.
Yeah.
Councilor Jay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Pajek, for the presentation. I have a couple of questions, and one of them is maybe for you to clarify. Why do we have the crossing guards under your department, knowing that I believe they are getting paid through the pilot fund? Is that correct or inaccurate?
The crossing guards are getting paid for by meters. The revenues generated by the parking meters fund this 264 budget. Right. So it's a direct load on our budget it's a free service we're providing to the schools or the community or however you want to phrase it.
Okay. And why also did I think that the graffiti control was under the police department? Like, is it still under the police department? They controlling it, or what's the dynamic there?
We get, our crews are in the field every day. So they see graffiti, they take care of it, whether they're a garage maintenance worker or on the signs crew or paint lines or whatever they're doing. The signals group, so it's part of their job maintaining their facility is to clean up graffiti. So it was dramatic when everyone went home and nobody was working. Graffiti, we got a crazy amount of graffiti complaints. It just went through the roof. And as soon as they came back, they got it under control.
And on Friday, I believe talking to Chapin about when the city will start enforcing parking, and it seems it's June 15, right? And was just wondering about the level of communication on that matter for people to understand that it's coming. And does it also include garage?
Right. So the garages are going to start charging again on Monday, and the police will start enforcing the meters on Monday. So just as a point of nuance, is the meters were never actually free. It was just that the police were not enforcing them. But in the garages, the gates are going down. I sent an email out to all of we have 900 permit holders in the garages. I sent an email out to all of them today announcing that that's happening, that they can expect the gates to be down on Monday. And we are putting together signage package through through the city hall to make special COVID style signs that go on all the kiosks that say that, please stay 6 feet away, that actually has a maintenance log on it that says this kiosk was cleaned at this time, then it's cleaned 12 times a day. So we're trying to do a blend of communication in the garages, at least, of recognizing that COVID exists, but not making a big deal of it, so to speak. We're trying to normalize. Like when I talk to the business community, what they really want from the garage is a normal experience.
Okay. And lastly, it seems as if we have 10% budget contracts of 200,000 K. Well, actually, let me retrieve the question. The total revenue for parking fees, is it now over 2 million? And do you expect it maybe on a normal year to increase?
We expect this, if the economy comes back roaring and we get back to normal, we'll be back at a $2.6 million budget for the meters.
Okay.
But if it doesn't, this is where we are. And this is what we're planning for.
All right. No further question. Thank you.
Okay. Jeff, Chapin, thank you for your work on this budget. It is quite striking how the enterprise fund budgets have been impacted. But you give us a path forward here that looks pretty hopeful. With that, we have one more presentation, and we have Luke McGowan is going to present the CEDO budget. How we've been going for 2.5 hours. Would board members like a short break before? Yeah. Why don't we take let's take about a 7-minute recess. We'll try to get started again at 8:10.
Good. Thank you. That's good.
Any Augie updates you'd like to share, Luke? One more minute.
Dave managed to escape from his crib, and we heard a breaking glass from a different room during his nap, which was very surprising and troubling. So he has succeeded in escaping from his crib, which is, I know other parents, I guess that's a milestone that parents rue across the world, but
All right. I think let's get started. Go ahead, Luke. Luke is here to present on the CEDO budget.
I'm going to share my screen here. All right, so I'm Luke McGowan. I'm the director of CEDO. I will be very brief, especially because I know it's been a long night, and so I'll just focus on the top level items. I did want to say, just as a reminder, the Community Economic Development Office, we have a very broad mission. We do community development, economic development support at almost every level, and everybody on the CEDO team has been either completely involved in the response effort or tangentially involved. So it's been quite a involved few months. We, as most counselors will know, but just as a reminder, CEDO is funded in two ways, really. Predominantly, we're funded through outside sources of funding, mainly federal grants, federal and state grants. And then we also have a portion of general fund. But our total budget is about $6 million. $5 million comes through grants. So I'll go through what we call those grants, which is our 301 budget. Those have four main categories. That's community development, housing, community justice, and special projects. Community development is mainly our CDBG program, which I've presented to this body and to the council before on. Housing is mainly our home and lead programs. Community justice is the work we do through the Attorney General's office on court diversion and pretrial services. And then special projects, that is done mainly through TIF funding to develop new projects within Burlington. We're presenting a balanced budget there. The overall budget is slightly up from last year. There's not a lot of change, and we've sort of been in constant contact with our granting agencies to monitor changes given the current environment. But as of now, that's the budget we're looking at. One point, we are waiting on information about additional federal and state COVID relief that we are optimistic, and all signals point to that coming into Burlington soon. And we know that we'll have a role to play in that, and especially in the work of the Resource and Recovery Center. The key takeaways from the 301 budget that we did, we'll note housing trust fund reduction, and I believe the mayor has already presented on that, but we're essentially we're doing two things. We're not going to be realizing the increase in the housing trust fund tax from a half penny to a full tax. And we're not going to be able to have the city backfill what has been, I know, a number of years in activity that the city's done. So we've calculated that in. We are also being conservative in our planning around TIF projects because, as you've heard from the previous presenters, the economic realities are uncertain. This doesn't mean that these projects won't be able to kick back into gear. But we are monitoring that closely and planning conservatively. I will also say the budget we submitted shows a natural resolution to some projects that in their cycle, as they complete, we draw less revenues from the district to do that work. On the increase side, you will see we're effectively doubling the work of the Community Justice Center. So we've received a new grant from the Attorney General's office, and this is to do court diversion and pretrial services countywide. So we're doing that work for Chittenden County, and that's what you're seeing there. Staffing, so to essentially meet the cut targets that every department was asked to do, we are leaving vacant 3 primarily 301 funded positions. So that's I have them listed there. That's our senior projects and policy specialist, a lead program specialist, and a housing program specialist. And I know there was some conversation about this lead program role at a past Board of Finance meeting. I'm happy to take more questions now or individually with any counselors who are interested. That was actually a pre-COVID related plan, which we hadn't yet put in place to adjust some of the work we're doing with the lead program. And so we were asked to also present on our 101 budget. So the 101 refers to the general fund support to CEDO. We divide that funding into 2 in administration and neighborhood services. Administration is everything from outreach to different communities. It's all of our economic development work falls into that category. Neighborhood services is also involves some outreach, community engagement work, and our support to the NPAs. Happy to take questions on that. I think most of the council is already familiar with the programs that fall into those categories, and wanted to flag in what we're submitting to you, the total CEDO general fund draw is being reduced by $360,000 which is a 34% reduction, which is significant, but there are some important caveats that you should be aware of. The most significant part of that cut is to the Early Learning Initiative program, which I believe has already been discussed at a previous meeting. That's a program that CEDO manages largely as a pass-through program to get those dollars into the community. We are also kind of tackling the challenge in the same way on this side of the budget. We have 2 vacant positions, a sort of envisioned program assistant to help manage that ELI program, and a front desk admin assistant who supports both CEDO and the planning department. And so we're going to keep those positions vacant. Obviously, that creates kind of additional workload on the rest of the team, but it's certainly, we are working through how we will manage keeping these positions open for longer. And also wanted to flag, we are proposing, though we will continue to support the NPAs, we are proposing a reduction from $20,000 to $10,000 in our annual support to that, to those functions. So that is my last slide. So I think I'm under 5 minutes. And I just will say too, we are kind of actively advocating at the state and federal level for additional support, and we are confident that that is going to come in some form to support a lot of the kind of CEDO RRC work that has been ongoing. But I'll stop there, and I'm happy to take any questions. I'm also joined by Katie Kinstedt, who is our Assistant Director for Administration and Finance and has done most of the labor of preparing what is a pretty complicated budget. So I hope she's listening and available to answer questions as well.
All right, thank you, Luke. The floor is open for questions. I see President Tracy, I see Councilor Pine. We'll start with that. Go ahead, President Tracy.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think the thing that sticks out to me is the MPA funding. I know our MPA hasn't met for a couple months now, but is getting back on track tomorrow, which is really exciting. And before this, we saw really record numbers in terms of people showing up for the MPA, and a desire for additional support there. It feels like that $10,000 reduction in the grand scheme of things is pretty small. And so just wondering if there's some opportunity to reconsider support for MPAs. And I'm just saying that also recognizing that MPAs may need some support and help transitioning and making their format work via Zoom or other platforms so that people can continue to find that as a place to connect.
What? Understood, President Tracy. We'll take that into consideration as we finalize the numbers here. Do you want to say something, Luke?
Yeah, I will say we are, actively continuing to support the NPAs in the transition to Zoom meetings and so on. So we are working with the NPAs to do that. We'll continue to do so. I'm also interested in, and especially as this period continues, the forms of support might take, it is a good opportunity to look at the best ways to support the NPAs. And so I'm kind of eager for ideas in this kind of new, more virtual reality, how that support should take. So.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilor Pine.
Yeah, thanks, Luke. Appreciate the presentation. Can you just clarify, with the lead position, is that essentially a restructuring that you're going to do anyway, and you've eliminated one full-time equivalent? Is that really what that is?
Yeah, so we were due to come to council to kind of present what is happening. Essentially, we've had to seek a no-cost extension. This is pre-COVID to make sure that we are able to hit our benchmarks on our current grant. And one of the ways we were going to do that, because it doesn't bring additional federal support to meet those benchmarks, we were working through a plan that included essentially leaving that position unfilled.
Okay, so it's leaving a vacant position vacant in order to reallocate dollars to projects to actually achieve your benchmarks?
Exactly.
Okay, great. I recall I think it was fiscal year 2019, we had $50,000 for the economic development activity that we called the Jobs and People study and report. Is that still part of the budget? Because that was a carry it forward or whatever, I think is what we call it.
Yeah, I am certainly familiar with the project. I'm not sure where we actually ended up on that. And I'm going to ask if Katie's on and is able to speak to that. I would invite it. And
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Can.
Perfect. So we did have to make some significant cuts to the kind of the outside services. So I'm not 100% sure if that got cut, but I believe it did. Just kind of working within the pretty significant challenges of going to the 10 and the 20% scenarios.
But I will add though, Brian, or Councilor Pine, we're working with, this is kind of a joint project with the planning department, and they've been seeking additional sources of sort of planning grants to help do the work that the jobs and people, updating the jobs and people report kind of would fit under. So we are sort of hoping to continue making progress on that.
Do you know if that's the U.S. Commerce Department, like the EDA money? Is that what you're going after? Do you know?
It wasn't the EDA money. It was a different source, and David White would be the best person to ask.
I'm stuck on it only because I think that is an essential way for us to ensure that as we come out of recovery, that those folks who are often at the margins of the economy are provided with career paths, and we focus on that. I really feel that is one thing that I feel the city has. It's an area we really need to improve on. I've always felt that way. It's not about the administration. It's been actually going on for a long time, that we really underemphasize creating career paths for people who are left at the margins of our economy. And I think we need to be really focused on that, especially now. So, and then lastly, the ELI funding is about a 50% reduction. Is that right? What it allows though is the scholarships to continue at full funding, but no additional what we called sort of capacity funding for programs. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's right, Councilor Pine. This is certainly something my goal would be for it to be a 1 year only cut, or hopefully not even 1 year. If we do, let's hope we get to have conversations together about restoring elements of the budget when the revenue picture changes in one way or another. But the way, if we have to live with this 250,000 allocation, it would allow us to fully fund this second year of scholarships and sort of stay on track with the doubling of the program in the second year, and maybe even get a little bit more than doubling, since we are sort of loosening the rules, changing the rules a little bit to make it possible for people who are sort of newly qualified for these this program because of COVID to qualify. So it does mean we're going to have to basically skip a year on the capital investment, which of course is us helping other childcare agent entities with capital investment. We've done a lot of that the last 2 years and have a lot ongoing there. I think we can take a pause on that for 1 year and basically stay on track with the growth of the program that we're seeking.
Okay, my only request would be, this is one that I care deeply about as well, is to have the administration make a specific request to the Scott administration to actually use some of the stimulus money for this purpose, to actually backfill for ELI. So we actually see it stay roughly the same. That's a great, building childcare opportunities, high quality care opportunities for kids from very low income families is, again, one of those investments that is like a no brainer to me. We've got to do it. And I'm thankful that you took it on, but I think we need to stick with it somehow. So I hope we will. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad we share that priority, and we've got a lot of requests to the Scott administration, and we're trying to spend, but that's a good, you're right. And there is an ongoing conversation about, interestingly, the Scott administration does deserve some credit for continuing to fund childcare even during the shutdown period here. Yeah. So how much more we can go to that well, it's not clear to me, but yeah, totally agree. This is an area we have to keep improving on, and in some ways, you're right. It's even more important than ever.
And as a global statement, not in any way specific to CEDO's budget, but this is the one area of the city's role as local government where I feel if we're going to be discussing reallocating, redirecting resources in any way as a city, this is an area where I think that one of the places where it ought to go is a lot of these places where we've had to see some cuts. So that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Okay, looks like Councilor Jang.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Luke, for the presentation. So my question might not be related to the CEDO budget, but today is 6/10, and we know the property taxes are due 6/12. Maybe Catherine Chad or the mayor can speak about the percentage of people who have already met the deadline in paying their taxes on time. Do you have any idea right now?
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Jang. I've not seen that number in the last few days. Catherine, are you able to answer that question?
Councilor Jang, I would be happy to get you that information tomorrow. As you can imagine, with more people paying by mail and in the drop box instead of being able to come into City Hall, there's a little bit of a lag. So I would like to just make sure that the clerk treasurer team has accounted for everything before I provide you that number, but I can certainly send it via email tomorrow.
Thank you. And look, this, there is a staff member that was cut for early childhood, early literature initiatives, and was just wondering if that's a specific position at the library. Because it seemed there was a $17,000 allocated to the library to have a staff time that will go to childcare, read to them, bring some equipment. Is it specifically that?
No, I think we're talking about two different positions here. And Luke, I hope I've got this right. The plan was to create a new position to administer the ELI program this year. That we've relied very heavily on Let's Grow Kids in the early years, and we still are envision having a partnership with them. But some of what we're finding, and I know Councilor Pine, you've been in some of these conversations too, and so if I don't capture something here quite right, anyone else can jump in. But the city, we found we were really adding value in two ways for these kids. One, the dollars are valuable to these families and can make opportunities possible that wouldn't otherwise be possible. But almost as much, as significant in some cases, were just the kind of one-on-one work to get children placed in these valuable childcare slots, and to work out the various logistical issues necessary for those kids to attend and regularly. And so the idea of creating a staff position to almost be like the administrator and a caseworker helping solve these challenges, we think is really going to, along with the dollars, help create opportunities. So that was the plan, and I think given the cutbacks in the program, we're not abandoning that plan, but just deferring that until we are able to restore funding in the program. Do you want to add anything to that, Luke?
That's right, and I'll just add, like many different people in CEDO, we do have one of our lead program specialists does work on the ELI program, and has been and will continue to do that work. And this program assistant was going to support that person. So,
thank you.
Okay. I see Councilor Carpenter has. You were done, Councilor Jang. Okay, so Councilor Carpenter, thanks for joining us. Over to you.
I've been listening. Just a quick question, and part of it relates to Councilor Jang's question around the tax deferral, and a conversation I've had with Luke around the city's need for pre-foreclosure and mortgage counseling. And I want to ask him where we're at with that. And just for the rest of the group, it's important to understand that a lot of low and moderate income homeowners pay their taxes into escrow, i.e. they've been saving it all year. So they may not ask for a deferral because they've already paid it to their loan servicer, so they can't get a deferral. So that's just a dynamic we need to understand. And Luke and I have been talking about the need for support for people to understand how to restructure their home mortgage, including their tax escrow. So I know the state's looking at something as well.
Yeah, I've seen some of those communications, Councilor Carpenter. Thank you for, I think, being sensitizing us to those issues. Luke, do you have an update there?
Yeah, and thank you, Councilor Carpenter, for keeping this top of mind. We've assigned so we have not yet received any sort of calls or emails specifically asking for the service. So just to update you there, but we do know just the time cyclical nature of what's happening right now, that will come. So we have been working with our nonprofit partners to assess what foreclosure assistance is available. And we do, we haven't quite established how we will route those calls when they come, but that work is ongoing. And I know you connected me with some folks, and we are due to have a conversation quite soon. We're also, the state plan continues to evolve, as of earlier today. It seems like every day there's new news, and I know we are trying to match some of what they're doing.
That's good. And just again, for folks, that Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac have pretty aggressive forbearance programs, which is all good. So I just think that kicks that can down the road about 6 months. So I don't think we're going to see it till later on, if people don't have the opportunity to go back to work, or, I think it's a fall concern. And again, I bring it up in the context of the tax deferral. If you've paid your taxes into escrow, you don't truly need the deferral because it's a monthly payment until like 6 months from now, when you can't afford the monthly payment. So something just to keep in mind.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Are there any further questions for Luke or the CEDO team? All right. Thank you, Luke and Katie. So that concludes all the presentations. Now we just had some time on the agenda for general. You guys, I think, have generally been giving us your reactions in real time as we've been going through these presentations, and we've had questions coming in by email. We are trying, when we answer those as requested, to send out the answers. If one counselor asks a question on the budget, we're trying to share those information with everybody. We will try to keep doing that through the end of the week here, as we are also finalizing the budget. Are there, kind of stepping back and looking at the whole range of presentations and discussions on this draft of the budget going back a couple weeks now, is there any other feedback that counselors have for the administration as we finalize the budget and make the push to deliver this to you by Monday? Hopefully you all saw my email earlier today that we are going to deliver. The plan, after consultation with President Tracy, is to deliver the mayor's budget on Monday and present it at this Board of Finance meeting on Monday. And then the council will have a couple weeks before final action is needed by the charter by the end of the month. So the hope would be that would happen on the 29th. So that's the plan from here. The budget does get a little, once, as we've discussed before, once the budget is in your hands, sort of different rules apply. We're still at a time now where if you have feedback from me, I'm happy to take it into consideration as we try to nail the final numbers down over the next few days here. So the floor is open for anything else counselors, Board of Finance members, or other counselors on the call would like to share. Councilor Paul.
Thank you. I think, as you've said, a good number of us have been feeding questions to Catherine and to you. We've all seen a lot of those emails. I guess for myself, I would once again put a plug in for the regional programs budget. I have my challenges with that budget. I have never really made peace with the fact that it's part of the city council budget, because I don't think that's really where it belongs, but that's a story for another day. I think given the fact that we know that there has been a decline in what we're, I believe what we're going to be owing GMT, as well as a couple of other revenue items that are fluid, I'm hoping that that expenditure will be fully funded for the reasons that I've already laid out in an email, most of which that I think they are. That is very much in line with the guiding principles that you originally put forward, back in April, and then would just be interested in your feedback on where you think you are with aspects of the general fund budget, specifically, if you have any thoughts you want to share with us at this point about the police budget.
I did speak at a briefing earlier today. I shared a statement which we also emailed out, which is really where I'm at. So I'm very aware that we are in a moment of tragedy and outrage over events of the murder of George Floyd and the responses that we've seen across the country to peaceful protesting. Further, we've all seen these terrible videos of further police abuses. At the same time, I do sense in this moment some potential for positive transformation, that this is a moment where we have the potential to make progress on racial justice. And we know here in Burlington, we've heard from hundreds of our constituents about the need for action and some very specific actions. Part of the reason that we will not be delivering, really the main reason that we will not be delivering the budget until Monday, is because I and my team needs a little more time to grapple with that and grapple with the implications of this moment. We are considering further changes to respond to the public discourse and to the opportunity, and to respond to this moment where it is my hope that we can move forward as a country and as a community on issues that have stalled for far too long. So I do think Burlington, I think it's, as I said earlier, I think each city's gonna have to figure this out for themselves to some degree. I don't think the Minneapolis City Council taking a specific action means that that's the right answer for Burlington. I don't, but I do think all cities have an opportunity for progress here, and I don't want to miss that moment. So I'm still figuring it out, and I'll have more to say on Monday.
Well, just to close that up, I appreciate your answer, and we'll look forward to seeing what you have over what I'm sure will be a busy weekend. And if you don't want to necessarily comment on regional programs, I can also wait on that until Monday, until you work things out. I realize that budgets are complex, and if you need more time, then certainly I understand. But if you have of course, if you do have something you want to share with us, I'm more than willing to hear.
I definitely. I guess just since we're having some candid conversation and just can kick around for a second, just to make sure we're hearing each other precisely, within the regional programs budget, the special projects, the emerging projects, it's one of my favorite budget lines year after year. We are able to make some of the most responsive, quick reactions to needs because we do have that. And so, normally I would fight tooth and nail, like I said before, over any cut to that. I do think we have much more ability in some ways. We have this moment because of the council's support and action immediately to create resources for responding to this emergency, we are able to move quicker and make investments faster right now than we can in normal times with that emergency allocation. So you really, that just to make sure you don't think it's enough to have the emergency fund. You think it'd be prudent to have some things that maybe don't fit foursquare into emergency, to, if we can find a way to, I mean, it's just, these small things add up, but if we can find a way to add that modest there, you think it will benefit us in the year ahead? You think we're still going to need that flexibility, is your point, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We'll try to get that done. I've heard people on the MPA is a similar issue.
Yes.
And I tonight took note of, a big issue would be if we can find a way to make progress on the early learning initiative. That's got to be on our radar screen. So we have all the questions and the comments, and we'll definitely go through them carefully as we finalize these decisions.
Okay. Thank you.
And Councilor Pine.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just think it's good for us to be really open and transparent about one of our biggest challenges is that we have this process that's fairly prescriptive about public forum. People will come, they will say what they believe, and we never get a chance, other than calling people up or interacting individually, to have a discussion about what we heard and what we think about what we heard. And I don't know how we can deal with this, because it feels like a structural problem that isn't unique to this administration or this council or this council president. It's just the way we have structured ourselves doesn't allow for a really genuine, authentic, organic conversation to emerge. And it's in this moment, I feel like it's incredibly problematic given what we face. So I just want to say it. It's not, again, it's not intended to point a finger at anyone, but just to acknowledge we've got a really limited method of conducting our business in such a way that if we don't have a resolution in front of us, we really have no discussion. And I think we have to grapple with that really quickly, because we have urgency from our community around these issues, and we have a deadline to pass a budget in 20 days from now. So I just feel like I just want to say it. I would do almost anything to get us to a place where we can have more of a discussion. That's all.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Interesting. I'm sitting with the implications of that and how we do that. Thank you for that. But Councilor Carpenter and then Councilor Jang.
Just to agree with Councilor Prime, can we not schedule ourselves our own public forum, which is really a group conversation? I'm a little struggling, having dealt with my own agency, having dealt with state government, that we can't pick off an hour and a half of just conversation among ourselves, obviously to be heard by our voters and constituents, but working out more details. And so I just encourage us in our agendas to give ourselves more time to have a more free discussion.
So certainly, if there, some councilors have written me with their reactions to the public forum the other night. I think I've been pretty candid that I don't have the way forward figured out yet, and I do feel more than 20 days is my responsibility, and I think it's 4 days to deliver a balanced budget to you. So I feel very much the weight of needing to make a decision urgently. So as I would certainly think there, is a moment out. If there's anything else anyone would like to offer, we can do that now. Also, certainly, I try to make my door as open to counselors as I can, and make myself as available as possible if people want to talk directly with me, if that's what's desired. So, President Tracy. Oh, sorry.
Councilor Jang is next.
Okay, sorry. You're saying I got out of order here. Councilor Jang and then Councilor Tracy. President Tracy. Go ahead, Councilor Jang.
Yes, thank you. I mean, I think to this discussion about those demands and also the police and the budget, I mean, I think, and I'm coming also from a very constructive way. I think we could have prevented all of this if we responded appropriately to some scandals about the police back then. People would not show up today to talk to us about this. I think that's one. I think two, also, it would have been amazing if Miro, for example, the mayor of the city, reach out to people. Hey, we have these demands. What do you think? And people can tell you. But I think that level of, including the city councils in city affairs sometimes, knowing that the mayor is the one who makes all the decisions. I mean, it's not present. And I would really love moving forward that we have that aspect of working relationship between the council, because when people attack the mayor or attack any one of us, it's an attack to all of us. They won't say it's a mayor, they say it's the council in general. But I think we all, since it's the case, me personally, I mean, I have my statement ready, but I'm just waiting as to what the mayor would want to propose. I mean, and then I don't need to have discussion with councillors, because this is me and this is what I think we have to do to move us forward. I mean, this is a lesson that the council and the mayor need to work better together. That's just something that I needed to add into the mix. And also, these demands could not be met by just cutting 30% of police officers. If we want to think about it clearly, it cannot meet it. I mean, I do personally think, and I've been advocating for it, and I'm still waiting for those departments receiving general fund to each present different type of scenarios of their budget that could move us forward. I just wanted to say that, and thank you for allowing me to do so.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. President Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with you, Councillor Jang, that that had we addressed things more directly when they happen, that we might be in a very different position. I also think that if we put more pressure on the officers, this demand of firing these officers would not be there. And that was before the council last year, and that resolution failed. Within that resolution also, it contemplated a reduction in force and a transition over time to social workers. And that was, I think, largely in recognition of the fact that there is a need to really rethink things. I know that over the time that I've been on council, as I said in the budget presentation, I've grown not even skeptical. I've kind of given up on the ability for reform, and I've seen that. I thought that I had a lot of hope for certain reformers, and I feel really let down. I specifically feel let down by what happened with the chief and the deputy chief in the last year. I had a lot of hope there, and that really gutted me in a lot of ways, and really made me a lot more skeptical, such that I really see a lot of value in the demands. So I hope you'll put a lot of thought into those demands and enacting them in this budget. I think, to Councillor Pine's point about citizen participation, I would say that we have a great opportunity to advance citizen participation in the context of the budget by considering the charter change and referring the charter change specific to participatory budgeting and getting that authority from the state to the charter change committee and participating in that. Because I think that the thing is that we can have discussion, and I think discussion is absolutely necessary, but it's not sufficient. I think we need to actually arm voters with real control over budgeting and their ability to influence the budget process. And I'm very much in favor of us getting the authority to have a participatory budgeting process where voters are actually able to weigh in to a much greater degree on the budget, and then enacting that. So I think that could be a tool for us, but I think that we really need to move that forward at this coming council meeting, so that we can at least continue that conversation around participatory budgeting, because I think that would be a much more inclusive and democratic model for how we involve the public in our budget.
Councillor Carpenter.
Just on that specifically, we obviously need to include the public. And we can lay out a process now. We don't have to wait for a charter change. I think we should some number of us think about how does that work? Talk to the mayor. So I just caution that we don't have to wait. We can propose a process now that might be more inclusive, and let's try to work on it.
Yeah, thank you for that point, Councilor Carpenter. I think it's one that's often overlooked, and we're sort of verging into maybe a debate that's going to happen on Monday here. But we have substantial areas of the budget that will be before you that are a function of participatory budgeting, and somewhat, I've tried to. This is an evolving area, an area where cities are innovating and trying things all the time. And there may well be good examples that we should learn from out there. A lot of people look at Burlington's examples of having this advisory committee really determine how these hundreds of thousands of dollars of CDBG dollars are spent every year through, that is citizen participation that determines that. Most cities, that is the mayor's budget. The mayor just decides every penny of that. We don't do that here. With the creation of the Penny for Parks program in 2009, and this is, ebbed and flowed a little bit from year to year, depending on whether we have some big projects and how much, is available for sort of community level projects. We really are trying to work closely with the MPAs to get participation into how parks improvements get made. There are certainly other areas of the budget where, we don't need to go to the legislature and ask for their permission to change our charter, where we could do some of that. So I do think some of that exists, and we could probably do more, and I'm certainly very open to that conversation. I see Councilor Freeman is joining us. We're talking about her proposal here. Maybe she'd like to weigh in. As far as I guess have to, I understand, and I gave voice to it the other day, President Tracy, the notion that the frustration about the pace of police reform. I'm very discouraged by and I talked about this publicly last week, that 5 years after President Obama's 21st Century Policing Task Force, the number of officers involved, deaths every year has basically not changed. It's about 1,100 deaths a year, up and down a little bit from year to year. And that's very discouraging. As we're having this really important conversation about the future of the Burlington Police Department, this more than 150-year-old institution that is an important institution in this city, I think it would be dangerous not to suggest that reform never works, that we've made no progress. We dramatically changed the way we respond to acute mental health incidents in the wake of the terrible tragedy with Phil Grennan. And I really believe today that if there was a similar incident, if Phil Grennan was having that acute mental episode today, I think there's a very low chance that that similar scene would play out. We do things very differently. We have totally different equipment to respond to such an incident. The training is totally different. The way officers try to control the scene is totally different. That shouldn't happen again. And we can't know that definitively. You don't get to run a controlled experiment on this, but we know that the training methods that we have set up and the resources we've had have not only resulted in nonviolent resolution of similar episodes in the years since. We even respond to incidents in South Burlington and other parts of the county with this capacity, and have helped there. So that's a reform that mattered. We were concerned about racial disparities between in driver stops, and we made meaningful reform that has really changed the way we approach driver stops. Now we have reduced the number of driver stops total that we have by more than 75-80% is my understanding, and made progress on the racial disparities there, but also just gotten away from an area that caused friction between the police and the community that we didn't need to do, and driver safety has continued to improve there. So, and I could go on, but I think it's really important that I think it's too easy to just say reforms don't work. We need to just that this is a waste of time and can't work. I don't think that's been the on the ground reality here in Burlington. So I know we need to do much more, and I'm as I said, we're working hard to bring progress to the council in the form of the budget Monday night. But if we are having, as Councilor Pine requested, a candid grappling with this together a little bit, that would I do encourage us to be mindful of that some of these efforts have made progress. I don't think progress is impossible. Councilor Freeman, I saw you turn your camera on. Would you like to I don't mean, you don't need to. I saw your camera on. I thought maybe you wanted to speak.
I was trying to get in the stack immediately. When
Okay, I think you're next. There's no one else in the queue at this point.
I was just trying to respond. Yeah, I hear, I thought it was a really odd, I think it's a really odd time to be talking about the participatory budgeting proposal. I think that I can see how people feel like there's maybe some sort of connection, but it just seems really odd to me to bring that up, which is really just about a broader way to have a more democratic process with our budget, and also to diminish the need to maybe like to have that process be truly democratic would require a charter change. And just sort of, this conversation has been going on, and I feel like I've been reaching out to counselors about this charter change. So I just, considering the fact that we had 250 people come to this meeting on Monday night, and then we had over 100 people come to the police commission to talk about the like unbelievable suffering and cruelty of white supremacy and police brutality in this country, to like insert this very roundabout conversation about participatory budgeting and to like advance some sort of like conversation about that initiative and that process right now, which doesn't even have to do with empowering Black people right now, and empowering people who are experiencing police brutality and who've had enough. It's just, I really would like to see this council and this committee right now truly reckon with what is going on, and the amount of people and the sheer volume of people. I have probably 100 emails in my inbox from maybe the last 24 or 48 hours with people calling to defund our police department. So it frustrates me that I feel like there's still a level of grandstanding around political platforms and around partisanship and all these things that politicians are doing to play games when people's lives are on the line. I would like to finish.
So Councilor Freeman, I just hope you're clear, Councilor Freeman. The only reason that we're having a discussion about participatory budgeting is because
I would like to finish. I really don't want to be cut off, Mayor. Sorry. I wasn't done. So please.
Absolutely. I was not intending to cut you off. I thought you were done.
No, I'm not done. I don't think that this is a space right now, and the conversation that we're having nationally around I feel frustrated. That is really the extent of what I want to say. I want to listen to people who are calling in with their frustrations. I really think this is a moment of listening. It's especially a moment to elevate people who are directly experiencing and impacted by police brutality, especially elevating Black and brown people who've been impacted by this brutality for generations. So it's a small comment. I'm frustrated, but I'd like to refocus and recenter into that listening process. That's my intention for this meeting and the meetings going forward. And now I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Freeman. I think much of this conversation is about the police budget, and we were trying to grapple with it. I'm not sure if you followed the flow of the conversation there entirely. And I'm not sure who you're accusing of politically grandstanding, but the reason there was a participatory budgeting conversation is because it was raised by President Tracy. So I think that needs to be said. Is there anyone else who would like to talk at this point? And we are having this is on the agenda and we are going to have another public forum where there will be another opportunity for the public to share perspective when we're done with this. We had this part of the agenda on for any feedback that could be helpful or that the councilors would like considered as the administration finalizes the budget that's going to be submitted on Monday. This was scheduled as an open-ended item, and certainly further reactions to the discussion around the police budget would be very much welcome as the administration is grappling with that issue. So just to be clear. I see Councillor Jing.
Yes.
Go ahead, and then Councillor Carpenter.
Yeah, it is just a very quick question because today I had a lengthy conversation with a leader at the Burlington School District and wanted to know from your perspective, Mayor, if those SROs are paid by the city or the school district is reimbursing the city to have SROs in the schools.
This, the SROs are currently, and for the last several years, have been paid for entirely by the city budget. There was a time when the school district contributed part of the cost, but that changed some years ago.
Okay. But for that specific item, because many people talked about taking the police away in the schools, I think it would be imperative. Maybe you have done it already to involve the schools because their perspective really today, what I heard is really important to bring into the mix.
Yes, we have always with this line, I will say, listened very carefully to what the school district wanted. There was some discussion some years ago about perhaps I heard some rumblings that maybe the schools did not want the officers there anymore. And so we had a deliberate conversation with the board and the administration. What came back was definitive that the schools at that time, this is several years ago now, did want the officers in the schools. And I would say in response to the public forum on Monday night, some of the people we heard most immediately from on Tuesday were school administrators very concerned that that these resources might no longer be in the school district. And I believe, I've not seen it yet myself, but I believe Superintendent Obang has just given a formal communication making the point that the school district strongly is supportive of the officers remaining. And they make some interesting points, and I do think this kind of goes to an aspect of the point I was trying to make previously. Is I think it's dangerous for us. We are part of the national conversation, and there's an opportunity for change because of the national conversation, and there are things to learn from other cities. And Burlington's history, we had our own unique journey, our own unique path. Sometimes I don't buy into the kind of Burlington exceptionalism, but sometimes there is something unique about the Burlington story that needs to be considered. And here, as we have this debate, we should be very mindful that the school district is speaking with one voice, including, I think it should be said, the school district has done a better job than the city at having people of color in leadership positions, and some of those leaders who are people of color are some of the people here we're hearing most directly from, that they think that the Burlington school resource officers are valuable and are good for the kids, and that they nip issues in the bud that you'd have the police involved later in a more problematic kind of criminal aspect, but having the kids who are having some kind of issue, having a relationship with the officer allows trouble to be head off. And I must say, when I have spent my time at the high school, I've seen some of that directly myself. So that is, to your point earlier, Councillor Jang, it is a challenge in this job to be reaching out and engage with everyone that I should be every day to get the input. I try, but I don't always succeed in talking to everyone I should before making decisions I have to make. I am hoping to sit down with the Racial Justice Alliance, leaders from the Alliance, to be able to have this conversation directly with them and tell them what I'm hearing about this issue and see if we can come to some kind of consensus and common ground. Another one is I do want to make sure, another one that was on the list that we spoke about the other night, and I have gotten definitive word on, one of the other demands was not to have Burlington School police officers involved in truancy. We don't. That is not something that Burlington police have done anytime, at least in recent years. Maybe there was some time years back. There are other parts of the county and certainly the country where officers do make truancy calls. That does not happen here. There seems to have been a confusion over one officer involved incident and a student, which was not a truancy call. It was really I don't think it's probably right to get into the details of that one call other than to say it was not a truancy call and there was some confusion around that. So that's another specific point on the demands.
Yeah. But if you allow me to say one more thing about the SROs, and I think also talking to the Racial Justice Alliance about it, I mean, it's a valid ask, it's a valid point, but at the same time, let's not lose track of Columbine, Virginia Tech, many, mass shootings happening in here. But now, how do we think about level of security in the schools? And it could be for the police officers sometimes to just dress down, to not wear all those military gears, to dress down, and maybe sometimes have their guns in very appropriate places so that they can access it when they need it. I think that could be explored. And all of these demands also, I think most of them are valid, but we cannot just do it today. Like, boom, it's done. But I think we need a process. We need some type of level of process. And as a mayor, that's what I would want to focus on and continue to have the conversation with those leaders making that debate. And also for the people who are making this debate, also to be permanent. All of these issues did happen here, but where were they? I know some of them are here listening, but where were they? And I think it's a continuation. I'm a Black person. No one can speak for me. What I struggle, what I live every single day, I know what it is. And I think sometimes it's good to just come together and solve problem and just move forward. But thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jay. I heard you. Councilor Carpenter.
This may not be for this year's discussion, but as we talk about long-range planning and shifting resources, and particularly public safety resources into human resources and human services, we absolutely need to involve our neighbors. You made a comment about how sometimes we answer calls in South Burlington. Well, South Burlington's median income is twice Burlington's. How do they contribute to the region's issues? And that's a rhetorical question. But I think as we go forward and make those plans, we really need to understand that Burlington is the recipient of a lot of concerns and issues, but they generate. Lack of housing is not a Burlington problem, it's a county problem. So anyway, just my thoughts.
Agreed. It is a chronic issue with American governance, right? Regionalism. It is really how we've had a multi-year effort to try to have a regional dispatch center, and we were maybe on the cusp of doing it, and then COVID-19, I think, is certainly at least a year setback to that, if not more. So it is a real challenge in the way our government works. Fortunately, I think we're small enough as a state that the state sort of serves as a regional force in some ways, but you're right, and it's hard. All right, I'm sensing we may be winding down the discussion here. If there's no more hands, I'm gonna close the discussion item, and we are going to reopen the public forum. Here's how we're going to do it. This is we want to make sure we're hearing from as many different voices as we can, and so we are going to start with the people who have not already spoken in this meeting's public forum. This is a continuation of Monday's public forum, and we have a list of new voices, and we're gonna go to them, and Jordan is gonna help manage this new public forum. Go ahead, Jordan.
Great, thank you. And I had a request from a city councilor that speakers, that it is helpful when speakers identify which ward they are from. So I am going to start. The first person I have on the list is Colleen Winslow, followed by Callie Flynn. Colleen, I have enabled your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I need to put up a timer. Just give me 1 minute, please.
If you did not participate the other night, what we're doing there'll be a 2-minute timer that starts, and we'll reset that, and we'll start when you start to speak, and we do need you to wind down your comments at the end of the 2 minutes. And
gotcha. I'm aware of the rules. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to start the timer now.
Hi, my name is Colleen Winslow. I use she, her pronouns, and I am a white resident of Ward 6. To what you said earlier, Mayor Miro, this is not just a moment. This is not new. This is not going away. If Burlington does not follow the lead of the City Council in Minneapolis, it will be a missed opportunity. Policing and prisons are not designed to address systemic causes and roots of violence, and I do not believe that any amount of reform will ensure safety for communities of color and Indigenous people. As abolitionist educator and organizer Miriam Kaba argues, police abolition already exists for the wealthy. In communities with well-funded schools, food security, ample jobs, reliable transportation, and access to healthcare, communities where people's needs are met, police are actually mostly invisible. In Burlington, there are many steps that we will need to take to move us towards a future where the system of available help does not look like police. The following steps we can and must take right now: reduce the size of the police force by at least 30%, fire officers Joseph Coro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance, get cops out of our schools, and reinvest this money in communities of color. This means establishing an Office of Equal Opportunity staffed with an EO officer with oversight of a newly formed minority-owned business city procurement program. This means partnering with POC-led businesses and communities to implement a cultural empowerment community collective. Please do not pass a budget until these demands are met. More broadly, we need to reallocate resources away from police and prisons and redirect them towards community-directed and community-endorsed education, healthcare, and housing. We need to work towards a Burlington where needs are met so that we do not need police and prisons to begin with. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Callie Flynn, followed by Reed Frost. Callie, you should be able to speak now.
Hi, my name is Callie Flynn. I've lived in Burlington in Ward 5 for my whole life. After reading the mayor's statement, it's clear that the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance have not been listened to. In the mayor's statement, he says he is proud of the reforms that have been implemented in the Burlington Police Department, but it doesn't matter how much reform and training is implemented because racism is embedded in our country's institutions, including the Burlington Police Department. You are continuing to support the Burlington Police Department over the Black people that live in Burlington. Please remember that we elected you to your position, and if you don't make an action statement that supports the needs of the Black people in this community, we will vote you out. Here are the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance. A 30% reduction in the uniformed officers. Get all police out of schools. Earlier, you mentioned that you've seen positive relationships with students and cops in schools, and I ask, why can't that relationship be made with a social worker or any other mentor? Fire abusive officers Joseph Coro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance. Reinvest this money into communities of color. Establish an office of equal opportunity staffed with an EO officer with oversight of a newly formed minority-owned business city procurement program. Fund the racial equity, inclusion, and belonging function to enable full operational capacity. Partner with people of color-led businesses and communities to implement a cultural empowerment community collective. Please do not pass a budget until these demands are met. Thank you. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Reed Frost, followed by Kara Torres. Reed, I am unable to identify you. Kara Torres is next. Kara, I'm unable to identify you. Next, we have Abbott Stark, followed by Matt Kimball.
Hi, this is Abbott Stark. I'm a resident of Ward 3, and I actually filed some written comments as well. I'm exhausted after doing 3 solid days of Zoom meetings all evening. So I would just want to say thanks to everybody for their service. I know that it's probably been a really crazy week, and I know the budget's happening too. I was just thinking about these issues, and there's a quote that I've read attributed to Einstein that said, "We cannot solve our problems with the same level of thinking that created them." And when I read that quote, I was wondering actually if it was Benjamin Franklin. There are also so many great Benjamin Franklin quotes that would be relevant right now. I was just struck by something you said, Mayor, that the students are building a relationship with the police in school because it will help them be less threatened when issues come up later and they have to face the police. I mean, we've all been through high school ourselves, and I in particular was bullied in school, and there were not police in our school, but those kids were suffering. The kids who were bullying were suffering from these terrible home life situations where their parents were poor or disadvantaged, and they might have been struggling with drug use themselves, and then they're getting into this whole cycle of poverty and drug use and substance use. And if we can start to shift the funding to treat those root issues, I think we're going to be a lot better off than continuing to pump money into the police department that has demonstrated both locally and nationally that it really struggles to work with it. So thank you very much for taking my comments, and have a good night.
Thank you, Abbott.
Okay, next we have Matt Kimball. Matt, I am unable to identify you. Next we have Lily Weisgold. Lily, I am unable to identify you. Next we have Amelia Hedrick. Amelia, I am unable to identify you. Next we have Emily Cuppers. Not able to identify you, Emily. Hannah Brislin. Hannah, I'm not able to identify you. Next we have Chrissy Doherty. Not able to identify you, Chrissy. Next we have Ryan McAllister. Not able to identify you, Ryan. Caroline Hauser. Not able to identify you, Caroline. Eileen Lynch. Eileen, I can identify you. I'm going to unmute your microphone.
Hi, thank you for having me. I've been listening to the last few hours of this call, and frankly, they've been really outing. Mayor, you suggested earlier that Perry Freeman was throwing around baseless accusations of grandstanding. I'm not sure who she was accusing, but I'm accusing you of grandstanding. Everything that has come out of your mouth about police reform and whether or not we can defund the police in Burlington. I don't know how many times you said the word progress, but I didn't hear a single thing that actually sounded like progress. It's not enough to us that you've reduced the racial disparity in traffic stops. We don't want racial disparity in traffic stops. We don't want cops doing traffic stops, and we don't want cops in schools. We want counselors. Speaking of, when you mentioned cops and counselors in school, you mentioned that you asked administrators, that you asked the superintendent. You didn't mention anything about students and families. I'd love to hear how they think about that. I'd love to hear from the students how they feel about the presence of schools. There's so many other things, but it's just not enough. What you're saying is just not enough. You said earlier that a solution that might be right for Minneapolis, defunding police, is not right for Burlington. I do not understand that sentence. I fundamentally do not understand that sentence. What is Minneapolis capable of that we're not capable of when it comes to defunding the police? And of course, that's a rhetorical question because this isn't actually a dialogue and you're not actually allowing us to do any actual intercourse. But we're pissed off. We're frustrated. This just isn't enough. I am here to stand with the Alliance in all of their demands for police reform. I want the police defunded. I want the prisons abolished. I want it all. And we can start right here in Burlington with our money and our abilities and the people here who are angry and fired up. And it's got to start somewhere. It's got to start locally. We have a huge chance. And what you do is being watched and will come back on your head on election day.
Thank you.
Okay, Cara Torres was able to tell me who they are, so I am going to enable their microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, this is Cara Torres. I am a white resident of Ward 5. I use they, them pronouns. And I wanted to let you know that I had talked to a friend of mine today who is Black. She grew up in Massachusetts and has lived in Vermont for 5 or 6 years. She told me some of the things she experienced in Massachusetts and in Vermont. Things like people telling her she had a, quote, good name because her name is French, saying she shouldn't waste it, asking her for collard green recipes, like overt racial harassment on Church Street, anything from like people, like employers calling her lazy, not being paid as much as her coworkers, being harassed when she worked at the UVM Medical Center, people saying things like, oh, slavery is over, so there is no racism. I just need you to know that for people, Black people living in Vermont, like the racism isn't like this, sort of pocket that like pops up. It's literally like their life and it's all over our state. So I agree with the demands of the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance that we need a 30% reduction in uniformed officers, get police out of school, because we can't reform police if it's fundamentally like a racist institution. Like it's been racist since the very beginning. I think we should disband the police department and start over completely. I do agree we should fire the officers, Joseph Coro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance, and reinvest that money in communities of color, establish an Office of Equal Opportunity, and fund the Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging program. We need that fully operational. We do need to reduce police presence and redistribute that money to other communities. Okay.
And thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, next we have Electra Shaw, followed by Kenneth Nosek.
Hello. Sorry, my document closed for a second, but I have it now. Police culture is unsafe for the people around it, especially Black people and people of color. A system based on racist beliefs and practices can't be reformed, no matter how much hope is in your heart, Mr. Mayor. There are no trainings that can turn such an entrenched group of people into anti-racist community advocates. The police are paid on behalf of the citizens of Burlington to render services on our behalf. I do not agree to be a partner with the police in this or in any other way. Their actions are not reflective of the community we deserve. We need a fundamental shift to community support instead of community policing, meeting needs instead of meting out punishment. Start by defunding the police and shifting those funds to schools, services, social services, and mental health services. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, next we have Kenneth Nosek, followed by Mary Wesley. Kenneth, you have to unmute your microphone on your end as well. Kenneth, I am prompting you to unmute.
Unmuting. I was doing Alt A and it wasn't unmuting. And the instructions were Alt A on my computer screen. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hi, my name is Kenneth Nosek. I live in Ward 3. I'm a 20-year resident of Burlington and 8-year employee of the City of Burlington. In February, the City Hall redesign was rolled out to employees, and the redesign of that was re-rolled out to employees on May 20th. Both Catherine Shad and Martha Keenan asked for comments and suggestions on that re-rollout. In the redesign, my office, which is the assessor's office, was went from the first floor to the second floor on the first design, and then back to the first floor on the second design. Since Bob Rustin was chief administrative officer, the first floor issues have been outrageous. There's been over 100 incidents reported by my office in planning and zoning as employees from 5 years ago. The request next to Beth for creating a policy for safety and response was mostly dismissed and no policy was created. I've heard the words and concerns from the administration for safety for employees. However, the redesign of the assessor's office places our front desk open to the first floor hallway. My safety was not considered in the redesign. The assessor's office deals with property valuations, and that's how we interface with the public. We are not City Hall concierge, first responder, hall monitor, security, or EMT. My response from Catherine and from Martha was as follows. Following up on our call yesterday, I wanted to close the loop and let you know that I spoke with Martha, and unfortunately no changes to the assessor's window are possible this late in the game. That said, we remain committed to improving heating throughout the first floor hallway, which is a meat locker most of the year, 2/3 of it. We are also confident that all the improvements will help with security, and we will revisit that if problems persist. I don't want to wait until problems persist. I want my safety and security to be secured before problems come up. And I don't like the redesign, and I do feel that the city is just copping out and looking for a way to have some sort of oversight hall monitoring on the first floor by using the assessor's office. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kenneth.
Okay, next we have Mary Wesley, followed by Nathan Lanteri.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Mary.
Hi, my name is Mary Wesley. Currently registered in Ward 3, but about to move to Ward 6. And I'm a concerned citizen. I'm speaking tonight in support of divesting from the Burlington Police Department. I don't believe our community is made safer by the police, especially our Black, brown, and poor community members who often experience police brutality. Vermont often thinks of itself as a kind of exception, but
we're not. And I think we need to reallocate these funds to other social services and into the communities that need them. Social workers, mental health services, education, healthcare, economic development, victim and domestic violence advocates could all benefit from these funds. I also think we need to get police out of schools. Disciplinary action triples the likelihood of contact with the juvenile justice system. Black students in Vermont are 3 times as likely, and students with disabilities 2.5 times as likely to receive disciplinary action. Schools with police officer presence have 5 times as much disciplinary action as schools without them. Right now, the Burlington Police Department pays for the police to be there, and I wish for the city to no longer fund this. I support all of the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance. I thank this council for your work. I know there's been a lot of time put into these meetings. I appreciate that you added a public forum to this meeting. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Okay, next we have Nathan Lanteri, followed by Vera M.
Hi, everybody. I just want to start out by saying thank you to all of the organizers who have helped put this together, creating some strong turnout and putting some pressure on folks that have power in our city to make sure that we're doing the right thing every step of the way. I want to start out by just saying, first and foremost, Black Lives Matter, and that should be the central point of, what a lot of us are saying tonight. And go from there to say that, a lot of people that live in Burlington live here and view this city as a place where, we really are forward thinking, where we really are pursuing true justice in many forms. And, we can see through many of the actions we've seen over the past few years that, perhaps as a city, we're not quite reaching that aspirational goal. And as we're moving forward, we need to listen to the folks that are experiencing the discrimination, that can be harmful or even deadly. So for the rest of my time, I'd just like to read the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance demands and go from there. So the demands are 30% reduction in uniformed officers, getting all police out of schools, stopping use of force for truancy calls, and firing the abusive officers Joseph Caro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance. Also, reinvesting in communities of color in Burlington, doing so by establishing an Office of Equal Opportunity, staffed with an equal opportunity officer with oversight of a newly formed minority-owned business city procurement program. Funding the racial equity, inclusion, and belonging function to enable full operational capacity, and partnering with people of color-led businesses and community to implement a cultural empowerment community collective. That's basically the rest of what I have to say. With the rest of the time, just Black Lives Matter. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night, Nate. Thank you.
Next we have Vera M. Vera, I am not able to identify you. Next we have Libby Camp, followed by Julie Montera.
Hi.
Hello.
So first, I would like to just echo the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance demands. I'm going to reread them again because I think it's extremely important to have this at the forefront of all these decisions. So first is a 30% reduction in uniformed officers, getting all police out of schools, stop using police for truancy calls, firing abusive officers Joseph Coro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance. We have an extreme need to reinvest in communities of color by establishing an Office of Equal Opportunity, staffed with an equal opportunity officer with oversight of a newly formed minority-owned business city procurement program. We need to fund the racial equity, inclusion, and belonging function to enable full operational capacity. We need to partner with people of color-led businesses and community to implement a cultural empowerment community collective. And it's just a demand that you should not be passing this budget until these demands are met. I would also like to echo a lot of what people have been saying, in that I have also lost hope in reform. Reform is no longer enough. It is not enough to reduce racial inequality. We need to completely eradicate it. Mr. Mayor, you also mentioned the age of the police department earlier. I cannot fathom why that is important in this. There are so many old institutions, not just in the United States, not just in Burlington, but all over the world, that have been abolished because they do not work, because they do not serve humanity as a whole, not to mention people who belong to minority identities, primarily in this moment, Black people. I want to say Black Lives Matter. I want to say Indigenous lives matter. I want to say all people of color lives matter. And I just want to echo that I am disappointed in the comments that have been made after the general budgeting meeting. I think that they are not pushing us towards the actual change that we need to see in our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Julie Montero, followed by Karen Seta.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Julie or Juju Montero. I use she or they pronouns. I'm a white teacher, and Burlington is my home, although recently I moved away after being a resident of Burlington for 9 years, mostly in Ward 2. I want to acknowledge the power in saying that Burlington is still my home, because I know that there are many Black and brown folks who do not feel safe in Vermont, and some have left forever. And thus here we are. I speak to advocate for all those in the Burlington community and beyond that not only deserve but need better, especially the Black and brown people that are being regularly terrorized in many ways, the police being a large one of those ways. White supremacy harms all of us, and if you can't see the incredible need to majorly shift funding to where it can actually serve its intended purpose, from inherently violent policing that serves at its best a mere low quality band-aid for social issues like poverty, housing, domestic violence, addiction, and other things that policing actually perpetuates, then do it for yourself, because white people, even more so for those in higher power like white men who are cops, and like you, Miro, are deeply entrenched in the smog of white supremacy. It's not visible to you, but whiteness is dangerous and it's not good for anyone. And we certainly don't need to debate if it's good for Black and brown people. I'm disgusted by the hypocrisy statement that Miro recently released and stated the following: I am proud of the Burlington Police Department and the reforms that we've implemented in recent years, and appreciative of the role the police department plays in keeping Burlingtonians safe. That is out of control, disgusting. I stand with the Racial Justice Alliance and echo the demands of a 30% reduction in uniformed officers, to reinvest in communities of color, and to not pass this budget until these demands are met. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Karen Sita, followed by Emily Fishman. Karen, I'm unable to identify you. Emily Fishman, I'm unable to identify you. That is the full list of people who did not previously speak on public forum.
Thank you, Jordan. So it's how would the board like to proceed? I think the choice now would be, typically in a public forum, we allow people to speak once. Everyone has had that opportunity. We could adjourn, or we could go another time through. I think it takes accept the motion either way. Councilor Pine.
It would help me to know, is there a list of people seeking to speak that is, a 10 or 12, or is it another 50? I guess we have to kind of size this up a little bit.
Currently, there are approximately there are between 60 and 70 people who spoke on Monday that have requested to speak a second time.
Then the next question is, are any of the people who didn't have a chance to speak and who were not able to be recognized, is there any way they can get back in the queue? I feel like that was, there was a long list of.
Yeah, so I can read out those names again. Usually what happens is that sometimes people don't sign into the Zoom after signing up for public forum. So if someone is watching the Zoom, they will email me to tell me I'm actually signed in under this name. That did happen in one of the instances. And the other instances, it appears as though those individuals are not participating in the meeting.
Okay.
Were you done, Councilor Pine? Okay, Councilor Paul.
Thank you. You know, I would also echo what Councilor Pine just said. For example, I mean, I've been taking down the names, you know, that people have been asking. One of the third person who wanted to speak was Reed Frost. That person's name is on the list as Reed Frost. I don't know if that, you know, I have not gone through every single name, of course.
Sure.
But I think that we should, excuse me, if I could just finish. I think that we should make an effort to go through this list one more time and see if some of these people, for example, there's a couple of other names that I do see on this list who had asked to speak, and their names are on this list.
Thank you. It appears that they signed on after I called their name, and I'm happy to recognize them now in that order. So
we'll go back through maybe a little deliberately and check that list again. So go ahead.
Okay. So there are two people whose name I read and who were not in the meeting at that time: Reed Frost and Matt Kimball. Reed, I will enable your microphone.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd just like to say that, well, first, I'm sorry that I wasn't here earlier. It's tough to stay on with a long meeting like this. I have a pretty short attention span, but I just want to reiterate a lot of the points that everyone's been saying, especially a 30% reduction in uniformed officers and also getting police out of our schools. And then just another thing, that 3 officers that I mentioned the meeting yesterday, and that everyone's been mentioning, Carol, Campbell, and Bellavance, should be gotten out of here. And then I've been listening a little bit, and something that I thought was pretty interesting was the whole concept of just reform. We can't reform anymore. We have to rebuild. And I think that is something that is really true. The whole institution of the police has just been built on a flawed mentality, and there should be a better way to go about that, but we can't fix it. We have to end it and try again. Thank you.
Thank you, Reed.
Okay, so the next person is Matt Kimball.
Hi there. I'm sorry for not being present as well earlier. Definitely hard to stay on the call. So kudos to all of you for staying on for all these hours. I am a 12-year resident of Burlington. I live in Ward 7, and I am a case manager at a local nonprofit. And I do want to say that I have witnessed firsthand people of color in my community being disproportionately targeted by the police. I have a lot of interactions with the homeless population, people with mental health challenges, and definitely within that community, people of color are always targeted first. And I do want to reiterate the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance: a 30% reduction in uniformed officers, get all police out of schools, stop using police for truancy calls, fire abusive officers Joseph Coro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance, reinvest in communities of color, establish an Office of Equal Opportunity, staffed with an EO officer with oversight of a newly formed minority-owned business city procurement program, fund the racial equity, inclusion, and belonging function to enable able full operational capacity, partner with people of color-led businesses and community to implement a cultural empowerment community collective, and do not pass this budget until these demands are met. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay, the next person is Lily Weisgold. Lily, I'm not able to identify you. Next, I have Amelia Hedrick.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I'm here to just say that I support the demands of the Racial Justice Alliance. And I specifically want to speak to the issue of having cops in our schools. As somebody who went through the Burlington School District as a student for all of my years of schooling, and someone who's worked in the Burlington School District, specifically in student support, I really just want to amplify that there is no need for cops in our school, and there's a huge need for mental health professionals in our school. Currently, the student supports are para-educators, and there are very few qualifications needed to be in that role of people who are dealing with student behavior. And I will say that when I was in that role, I was not qualified. It really should be a clinical level position. And so I really would like to see funding taken from the police and the school resource officers that we have in our district and put into some clinical staff going into our schools to manage students with behavioral challenges. Specifically, as well as other special education needs, because that need is not at all met. And the people in those roles, they're not underqualified by any means, but we need them. We need more support, and that support is not coming from cops. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next person was Emily Cuppers. Emily, I am unable to identify you. Hannah Brislin. Hannah, I'm unable to identify you. Chrissy Doherty. Chrissy, I'm unable to identify you. Ryan McAllister, I am unable to identify you. Next, I have Libby Camp. Oh, Libby, we already got to. I forgot to cross her off my list. And then next we have Karen Sitta. Karen, I am enabling your microphone.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Karen. I represent the City of Vermont 2019, Miss Black Vermont. And I also want to say that if we're going to take money from the police officers, and I really think that we should think about setting up maybe some lawyer groups where we can get people to have a way to advocate for themselves. Not everybody has access to resources where they can find a lawyer if they know that they have been having civil rights issues. And a lot of these cases that people go through, you know, they don't have a lot of people to reach out to. They don't have a lot of people to speak to. Sorry, hold on. To speak to them about who they can talk to regarding police and stuff. I'm sorry, I just came from a run. And I just wanted to say that if we're going to take money from the police, and we should have some sort of justice, some sort of another local organization with attorneys who are willing to give up their time to listen to people's claims as it comes to racial issues with the police, racial issues in schools, because we need to be able to give people solutions and not just take their money. And if money is going to be taken out, then let it be put into people's hands and by settlements and by ways that people, so they can build their lives if they have been unjustly wronged by the police or any other form of justice, in form of injustice. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person, the last person I have on my list, Emily Fishman, has told me she signed in under another name. So Emily, I have enabled your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Emily Fishman, and I'm a white resident of Burlington. The entire police system was founded on racism and white supremacy, and some new police policies aren't going to change that. What we need is to defund the police and put funds towards social workers and other community leaders that have training and are educated on de-escalation, mental health, trauma, racism, and how they can actively incorporate anti-racism into their actions. Until the police are defunded, I stand with the demands that we need a 30% reduction in uniformed officers, to get all police out of schools, to stop using police for truancy calls, and to fire abusive officers, Joseph Caro, Corey Campbell, and Jason Bellavance. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
That's the last person that we have signed up for public forum who hasn't already spoken. Okay, I just got an email from a person whose name I called and would now like to, and was not.
Sure, let's do that.
Okay. So Ryan McAllister, Ryan, I have enabled your microphone.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Ryan.
Sorry about that. I'm a white resident of Ward 1. I'm just calling in to say I stand with the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance. I'm calling for a 30% reduction in uniformed officers. The immediate firing of Officer Coro, Campbell, and Bellavance. To reinvest back into communities of color and not to pass the budget until those demands are met. I yield my time.
Okay, I have one additional person, Meg Klein, who has emailed me and has not yet spoken on public forum.
Yes, hello, Mayor and council members. Meg Klein. I'm calling as a parent and a BSD employee today. Last night, my 11-year-old daughter ended up listening to hours of comment at the police commissioners meeting and was moved to speak. Mr. Mayor, our kids go to school together, or have, right, over the years. And she shared about the discomfort of watching her friends with autism multiple times having police called on them. And being cornered is how she described it. A friend who was suspended and came to school on the day he was suspended at recess and had the police called, and she told him to run home now, go, right? They're 11. In the bottom of that school, there's a plywood cell, right? My own child has been put in inappropriate holds in that school. These are all connected to policing matters. These are all connected to the knee-jerk reaction to call police, right, when there's a problem in behavior. These problems are not solved by police. They're not addressed by police. I'll speak to working in student support in a building. We have not had police called in to handle student behavior issues in this last year. But are unclear about some of the policies, right? And mandatory to call police when children leave the school grounds, So I absolutely advocate for following the Social Justice Alliance's, Racial Justice Alliance's recommendations, and to really just dig into your personal experience and mine, right? And how they're different. The police came racing up my street one Sunday not too long ago and blew through the stop sign where my kids ride. 4 squad cars for a 911 hang up. Thank you for your time. I forgot to speak to truancy in schools versus wellness checks.
Thank you, Meg. I think you're on the coffee this morning there. It's good to see you twice a day. All right. So everyone wanted to speak in this public forum over, I think, approaching more than 6 hours now have. It's almost 10 o'clock. If there's no objection, I would adjourn at this point, but if people want to do something different, I'm looking to the board. All right. If there are no objections, we are adjourned as a Board of Finance at 9:57 p.m. and we will reconvene on Monday at 5:30 and be talking more about the budget. And look forward to seeing you all then, and look forward to seeing many people who have again participated in this. I know I hear the frustrations about this format. It's the one that we use for public meetings, and as Councilor Klein said, maybe there is something better we can come up with. But for these public meetings, this is what the rules are, and we follow the rules. But I do certainly appreciate everyone's passion on this topic and the incredible amounts of engagement that we've had on it. And I'll be grappling with what you've said with us through the weekend, and we'll have more to say on Monday. So thank you all.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night.